it could have not happened as well if groups like Voices of Hope didn't come forward and basically say, this time we're going to stand with you. This time it's time for us to do this.
So let's talk about that. Adele Jacobs, what is the mission of Voices of Hope? What kind of an organization are you?
We are a educational organization and whose mission is to combat hatred by trying to engender hope, resilience, courage to stand up against hatred through education of Holocaust and genocide in the public schools. We have really made huge efforts since the mandate's been passed. We have reached over 36,000 students across Connecticut. Over 8,500 students heard from a Holocaust survivor or descendant of a Holocaust survivor just in this past school year. We are starting a initiative in the public schools called Enough, educating now on understanding genocide and hate clubs. And we are trying to get that off the ground so that those clubs focus on building skills of empathy and tolerance that have school-wide as well as community-wide impact, because we know that kids and parents speak to each other, hopefully still. We are working on the Bosnian genocide and creating a series of traveling trunks for classroom use on the Bosnian genocide. We already have several about from Holocaust survivors. We are working on creating a Connecticut-focused timeline activity for classroom use that's in conjunction with the traveling exhibit from the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museums, the Americans and the Holocaust that's on display in the Meriden Library. And those cards tell the wartime stories of individual survivors, rescuers, liberators, and their post-war journey to Connecticut, as well as local Connecticut events to help students understand what's happening in the state of Connecticut.
So, it's been a tough year. It's been a tough couple of years ever since October 7th, and the incidents have been tremendously on the rise with alarming brazenness in this country. Yeah. I just want to address this to you, Tony, for a moment. I'm thinking of that couple that was killed standing outside, an evening event that they were going to be, he was going to be proposing to her and they were going to be going to the Holocaust Museum. I mean, the things that have gone on against sort of random Jews in this country have been very, very much on the rise. Do you link that to ignorance? What do you link that to?
I absolutely do. I think one of the ways that I could get this bill passed back in 2018 was to not attach a financial cost to it. And that's why Voices of Hope was so necessary, because they said, okay, if it's a requirement, it's a mandate, we'll pick up the cost of education and materials. And that was key to getting that bill passed, as well as including other genocides in addition to the Holocaust. Now, that was critical. However, you're absolutely right. The educational component, in my view, is the only way. Now, there are outside forces that do come into our communities from outside of our borders that also foment a lot of hatred. However, the vast majority that can really fight against it are here. They're in America, and they're in our families. And the only way for our families to change is to reach young people in our schools. So many of our young students still don't have any knowledge of the Holocaust and the terrible things that happened to people simply because of their religion. Some even deny that it even happened. As time passes, however, more will be exposed, and as our students are increasingly taught. But the history of the Holocaust is not just about torture and murder and unspeakable horror. It's also about lessons of resilience, courage, survival. In fact, Rabbi Lazarus from Hartford, who was our chaplain in the state Senate, he was a Holocaust survivor. His wife was, and he He's 95 years old. He still
I read his
touches and talks
autobiography.
to stuff. It's incredible.
And I'm trying to get him on the air for months now. I keep corresponding with Alan, but he doesn't get back to me. I didn't realize that Alan Lazowski is the founder of Voices of Hope until I'm reading this bio.
Yes.
And Alan is the guy that rescued me. You know, we called you, Tony. He's the one that sent the car for
I remember
me and took
at the
me
airport.
home
I remember to get home. Absolutely. And he is Rabbi Lazowski's son, but Rabbi is 95 years old. He is a Holocaust survivor. He's a cancer survivor at age 93. He still gets up and gives these inspiring speeches. Wow. And he is an example of how humans can experience the worst of mankind and yet still have the capacity to love, work, and work for a better tomorrow. These people like him are brave enough to recount their stories of how they have and have to relive that experience again and again.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And yet they're able to do that so that others can understand just how bad these atrocities were. And so we owe them so much gratitude to continue to persevere, and to keep teaching. And they are our heroes, really. They're the ones that should be recognized. I am humbled and grateful for this recognition, but in many ways I really didn't want it because I'm not the one that deserves it. It's those that continue to survive and talk of their stories and that have experienced this horrible situations, and also the people that started Voices of Hope, that do the work of Voices of Hope, that are there every day to teach our young people so that this does not ever, ever happen again.
Well, I want to thank you, ladies. I mean, the stats are pretty daunting. 48% of millennials and Gen Z could not name a single of the 40,000 concentration camps or ghettos that existed during the Holocaust. And 20% of millennials and Gen Z in New York feel the Jews caused the Holocaust. Something has gone terribly wrong. Terribly wrong. And it's a conversation we could have for hours and hours, but you know it and we know it. The seeds, whether they're social media or other things, of the destruction of true knowledge and the substitution with fakery and fraud and then leading to bigotry and hate. We know that it's permeated our environment. So what you are doing is to right these wrongs. And I'm looking forward to being there. I can't wait to be there. It's going to be on 11/6, an evening of hope. And I'll be honored to honor you, my friend Tony. I'll be honored to honor you.
And we are thrilled to do that as well. I hope that people will look on our website to get more information about Voices of Hope. It is ctvoicesofhope.org. We have a lot of information, a lot of resources there. And I invite everybody to try and come and join us for our Evening of Hope as well.
Absolutely.
It's not too late.
Thank you both. 11/6, if you want to be there to honor Tony and to talk about the mission of Voices of Hope, go to ctvoicesofhope.org. Thank you both, Tony Boucher and Adele Jacobs, for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thanks. Pleasure.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Showers and wind this afternoon with a high near 60. Showers and a thunderstorm this evening and overnight. Still windy with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow, clearing by midday, still on the windy side with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's October 30th in 2001 in New York City at Yankee Stadium. President George Bush threw out the first pitch of Game 3 of the World Series, and Derek Jeter remembers.
He was asking me whether or not he should throw from the mound. I said, you have to throw from the mound. This is Yankee Stadium. And then when I was walking out, I turned back and looked at him, and I said, hey, don't bounce it, because they'll boo you if you bounce it.
The price of gas on this day in 1988 in Fairfield County averaged 77 cents a gallon. And today we wish a happy birthday to the Fonz, Henry Winkler. October 30th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Day 30 of the government shutdown and SNAP benefits will lapse on Saturday. Maryland Governor Wes Moore.
We are responding to the federal government's dereliction of its duty by declaring a state of emergency inside the state of Maryland.
Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey.
Right now, the USDA is sitting on $23 billion in a contingency fund that could be used to pay these benefits out across the country.
President Trump is returning from Asia, where he held trade talks with China's president. CBS's Ed O'Keefe on the possible progress.
The president says that he's going to be reducing tariffs on China to about 47% because there's been some breakthroughs. They're going to ease off the limits on exporting rare earth minerals that are needed to build things like batteries and other key technologies. He says they're going to work on curbing the flow of ingredients or actual fentanyl to the United States, which of course has been killing so many Americans. And they're going to be buying soybeans from American farmers who've been growing them for years on the expectation that the Chinese would buy them.
President Trump is ordering the Pentagon to restart nuclear weapons testing. CBS's Charlie D'Agata says that would end a decades-long pause.
This isn't something you just flip a switch on and start testing once again. So it's not within the realm of possibility that something like that could be started. And, you know, the Pentagon is nothing if not a planning and executing organization, but it would be from a dead stop to start nuclear testing with something that was essentially made redundant back in 1992 is no small measure.
The Pentagon has ordered the National Guard in all 50 states to form quick reaction forces.
CBS News has obtained internal Pentagon memos that call for the creation of the forces by January 1st to be available for rapid deployment nationwide. They will be trained in riot control and equipped with batons, body shields, tasers, and pepper spray. National Quick Reaction Forces have been created before, like after Hurricane Katrina, but critics say this is reminiscent of the events leading up to the Kent State shooting in 1970, when the Ohio National Guard killed 4 unarmed students. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
In the Middle East, Hamas has handed over 2 more sets of remains of hostages in Gaza. CBS's Rami Inocencio is following.
2 bodies that Hamas claimed that it had retrieved just a couple days ago on Tuesday. This was during one of those excavations. One was in southern Khan Yunis and another was inside Gaza City. Now, the group said that they didn't hand them over at the time, though, because of what it claimed were Israeli violations.
Checking the numbers on Wall Street at this hour, stocks are mixed. The Nasdaq is off 213. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Greenwich teenager has been arrested after allegedly issuing threats against students and staff at an adult special needs program. Douglas Alcade was charged following an incident Monday at the Community Connections program. Police say Alcade made a verbal threat that was later found to be not credible. The 18-year-old Alcade is charged with second-degree threatening. The 55-year-old New Canaan woman who was bludgeoned to death at her home this week was a Virginia native and an antiques dealer. Laura Williams died after police say her 20-year-old son, Sebastian Van Stockham, attacked her with a hammer, a knife, and his fists on Monday. Family members say she was recently making a living by selling high-end antiques from the home on Gerdes Road where she was killed. Van Stockham is charged with murder and is being held on $2 million bond. And multiple streets in Bridgeport have been closed due to a water main break, resulting in heavy flooding. City officials say that North Washington Avenue and River Street, Knowlton Street and River Street, as well as Evergreen Street and River Street, are all inaccessible. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Seeing a lot of wet roads all over the place. Watch your speeds, please. 91 northbound construction, exit 6 on the off-ramp. Milford Connector northbound, more road work approaching the Merritt Parkway. Splits left lane is out. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers and a thunderstorm this evening and overnight. Windy with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Clearing by midday. Still on the windy side with a high in the upper 50s. Saturday sunny with a high again in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, keep it with us all day at top and bottom of each hour when we give you the latest as to what's going on with the ongoing government shutdown. There could be, now we're getting rumblings of maybe some court intervention here, but there could be some court intervention here. Maybe, possibly, and again, we're starting to get some fragmented reports here that a judge may step in and try to release some funding here. Again, I'm just seeing that, glance over some of the news channels here, so keep it right here at WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online at voiceofct.com for the latest with the still impending cessation of SNAP benefits. 400,000 people here in the state, 43 million people nationwide that may not be able to eat come this weekend. So we'll keep you updated on that. Next update coming up at the bottom of the hour from our friends at CBS News. And I've got a couple of guests coming on later in the show to talk about that. But as we keep an eye on that, because we've kind of talked this thing crazy over the past few days, our question of the day is, how do you think this ends? What do you think happens? So we'll get to that momentarily. But I want to talk about this because Election Day is coming up on Tuesday. So we are just a few days away, a handful of days away from Election Day. All right? These are not the national elections. These aren't even statewide elections. These are, because we're in the odd years. Remember, the odd years are the municipal elections. Cities and towns, mayors, first selectmen, first select women, RTM, city council, town council, boards of alders, boards of education. That's a big thing. So that is coming up on Tuesday. So avail yourselves, if you will, to vote. Some of the turnout in some municipalities in Connecticut, frankly, sucks. I mean, it's awful. Hartford gets like 18 or 19% to turn out, and we'll get into that as the situation goes on. But please explain something to me. And I'm still trying to figure out why anybody would do this. Why would you vote early? Because I see these stories are after 8 days of early voting, more than 115,000 Connecticut residents have cast a ballot. 943 took advantage of same-day registration. Okay, I see that. It's great people are voting. But today's story, it's in the Connecticut News Junkie, more than 115,000 Connecticut voters have already cast ballots. All right, I get it. And voting got underway, earlier this week or last week? I think we have 14 days in the state of early voting. Now, I don't come here to pontificate and say, well, you have to vote on Election Day. I prefer to do that. With me, it's kind of like, hey, it's Election Day. The leaves are on the ground. The young little tykes, the young girls and boys at our elementary school are selling baked goods out of the front. I kind of like that. But again, it's because I have the freedom and the momentum and the movement to be able to do it and do it that day. Now, granted, some people are going to be out of the country. They won't be able to vote. Okay, we have absentees for that. But if you are physically able to vote, if there aren't any extenuating circumstances, why would you vote early? In other words, we've been doing early voting for 2 weeks here in Connecticut? I think it's 14 days. Or something like that. Why would you do that? If within see, here's my point. Do you think nothing could happen in 14 days or 10 days from Election Day that would make you change your vote? To everybody that went out there and voted a few days ago, and they say statewide there's 115,000 people who already voted. Well, would you have second thoughts if they found the person you voted for already early? Say, hey, our lead story here on WICC, Joe Blow, Mary Smith, whatever, who's running for whatever and what time. Well, guess what? They found that person with child porn. Or that person was found to have bounced, 100 checks over his or her life. I know what you're saying. Well, that would come out, wouldn't it? Well, not necessarily. So all you folks who go out there and vote early, why? Well, I know who I'm going to vote. Well, you know who you're going to vote for now. Could that not change in a couple of weeks? Or even if you say, well, no, it's not going to change, Paul, wouldn't you want to just play it safe to make sure that no funny business comes out about that candidate? Doesn't mean, I'm not telling you got to change your vote. In no way, shape, or form am I doing that. You want to vote for somebody 14 or 15 days out or whatever, or vote for them Election Day morning, or if you're the last voter in on Election Day night when the polls close at 8 and it's 7:59:50, and you made it by 10 seconds. Good for you. I don't care who you vote for. But why are you voting 2 weeks early when in the year 2025, weird things happen? Candidates are still doing interviews. Candidates are still making adjustments to platforms, saying things, attacking their other candidates. See, this is why I've always felt that in large part, early voting is a sucker's bet. It's a candidate protection scheme. Well, we'll get them out to the polls early. Whew, got those votes in. Now they can change if they suddenly change their mind on something. I don't know. Look, everybody's got their reasons for doing anything, but I never understood early voting. Well, it boosts turnout. No, it doesn't. Now, unless we see different figures this year and maybe figures from last year, I didn't look. But again, at least for the first two cycles, this was tried for the first few cycles, there was no real evidence that it boosted turnout on a grand scale. And again, I'm not saying there's any nefarious things here, but what's the point of voting 2 weeks early? I don't get it. I mean, some areas of the country do a month of voting. A buddy of mine wrote on social media one day, why don't we just vote every day? Why don't we have early voting for a year before elections? I don't get it. I don't understand it. Explain it to me. If you're going to vote for candidate A, B, or C, I don't care what party it is, Republican, Democrat, Green Party, whatever, if we're going to have early voting, I don't understand the point of it. Can somebody please explain to me what's the point of early voting? If you want an educated electorate, and I know, well, Paul, wouldn't you just go out for somebody you want 2 weeks early? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Maybe it's because of the business I'm in. Maybe we've seen October surprises or early November surprises over and over again, but I don't get it. What is the fascination with early voting? Did our parents ever have early voting? No, I don't think so. How many hundreds of years did this country never have early voting? And gosh darn it, we elected people, didn't we? It's amazing. Nobody back in, 1930 said, come on, Maude, we can vote now. But, honey, the election is 2 weeks away. I don't care. I can't wait to get to the polls. Come on. What are we doing here? And again, this is not about party. Can we, I have an idea. Instead of coaxing people with dumb ideas like early voting, how about we make the electorate smarter? Why don't we do that? Why don't we make it so incumbency doesn't push away any but a few challengers here? Why don't we do that? Why doesn't the General Assembly have the guts to pass a ranked choice voting law that, they would be subject to? That's why ranked choice voting doesn't happen. Because some of the toads up there in the General Assembly of both parties, they may face a challenge. Everybody goes agog about early voting. What's the point? A vote's a vote. Who cares when you cast it? I have an idea. How about we pass ranked choice voting? Oh, that'll never happen in Connecticut. Oh, go ahead, keep writing about it, keep bloviating all we want about it. It's never going to happen. Traffic and weather together. Early voting, I don't get it. On WICC.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show, The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams, and Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Ciao from Gusto Trattoria in Milford. With brand new space, delicious food, and welcoming staff, it's a great time to enjoy Gusto Trattoria in Milford. Dine in and enjoy modern and classic Italian specials perfect for the season. For events at home, you'll love Gusto's extensive catering menu. And for special occasions, choose one of Gusto's private rooms with many catering options. It's all at Gusto Trattoria in Milford, located right off 95 at 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. 203-876-7464.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
I am very excited. I already have a date on the calendar for K&J Tree Service to come back out to our house in November, because before the seasons change for the winter time, you want to make sure that your trees are in good shape and that your property is safe. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I've been working with K&J Tree Service for the last year. And not only do they do a free tree risk assessment for anybody without any obligation, right now they're offering a flash sale. Make sure you call them at 203-248-TREE or go to kjtreeservice.com to book an appointment. That's kjtreeservice.com.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Seeing a lot of wet roads all over the place. Watch your speeds, please. 91 northbound construction, exit 6 on the off-ramp. Milford Connector northbound, more road work approaching the Merritt Parkway. Splits left lane is out. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers and wind, maybe a thunderstorm with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow, clearing by midday with a high in the upper 50s, still windy. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Keeping you up to date on everything that matters. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Seriously, and on the break there, I just looked up, because we have all these AI stuff we can use now, and I'm saying, does early voting, in fact, all I did was type in, and maybe you can do this too, see if you get the same examples. All I did was type in, does early voting, and Google, and we use, the Chrome browser here on a lot of our computers, it filled in increased turnout. And most of the references I got were, no, there's really no evidence for it. So why do we do it? Now, if somebody's not going to be in the area and doesn't want to use an absentee ballot, doesn't want to trust that, I get it, I understand that. But there's no solid empirical evidence to date that early voting it really does anything to help the process. And frankly, I don't care who you vote for. That's not the point. But we get lulled into this, we have early voting this year. Okay, and why would you vote 2 or 3 weeks out? It's 2 weeks here in Connecticut. Why would you do that? 2 weeks is an eternity in a race. Who knows? Somebody comes forward. Well, that's all BS. That's all a surprise. Well, maybe it is BS. What if it's not? Holy jeez, honey. Did you see the guy we voted for mayor? Yeah? Well, they found out he beat up his wife once. I'm not saying that to be funny. I mean, that stuff happens. See, I've always thought that it's a fact. I know this from people that I've talked to. You do know why candidates love early voting. It's because, and we see this from this article I'm reading from here, they know how many people vote, and they know in what areas are the strongest ones. So early voters are helping candidates decide how to divvy up their campaign funds. So early voting is not any way to, in any way, shape, or form, enshrine some great steps of democracy. Early voters become almost like paid campaign help. I don't get it. Now, again, you may say, well, there's always lines at my voting places. Well, maybe your city or town should open up a few more polling places. Did you ever think of that? Billy in Norwalk leads us off today. Hey, Billy, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm good, Bill. What's up?
All right. So, I've been listening to what you're saying in early voting, and it's just, I think, are you trying to say there's no need for it whatsoever?
I don't think.
Are you saying 2 weeks?
I don't think, you can vary on the timeline. I don't understand why people, Billy, get so excited about it. Oh, we have early vote. Now, me, Billy, and this is just me, I wait until as close to the end of a election because I want to see what the candidates are saying and if any dirt comes out, frankly, in the end. You know what I mean?
I do. And I can appreciate that, right? I mean, because you want to wait till the last minute. I've never been an early voter myself.
Yeah.
But the way I look at it, it definitely increases voter participation, right?
Well, they don't know that, Bill. Bill, if you go online, I'll let you finish, but if you go online, there's not that much evidence that it does. But go ahead, please.
Okay, let's put that to the side. But let's talk about the accommodations, right?
Yeah.
I think in a country that we live in today, we and especially where technology is, let's utilize it. It accommodates people who have to work, who have a family, who have traveling conflicts, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's important. But then I understood what you were saying about, there's long lines. But let's think about other people, right? Let's think about people that are, like the election officials. They can help manage the staffing and resources more efficiently. And I think it's options. Like, why not? Like, we have those options. Let's do it. I mean, people fall ill. They can travel unexpectedly, bad weather, and it might just deter voters. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
You want to know to the last minute, right? I get it.
Yeah.
But I think, like, overall, like, the statistics of something outrageous or something really bad coming out up until the election is very slim.
I mean, maybe that's me. I'm just the eternal, pessimist who was, bestowed a large amount of guilt when I was growing up.
Sure. And again, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm not an early voter. I'm a day of. But we don't have the day off, right?
Yeah,
if it was a national or federal or even a state holiday.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't work like that, man.
No,
It just doesn't.
I know. Billy, thanks, my friend. Appreciate
Thank
the call.
you. Have a good
Thank
one.
you. Appreciate it. Billy in Norwalk there. All right, Todd and Joe, hang on. Yeah, listen, if people want to vote early, I'm not going to tell them not to, but it's just made out as some sort of panacea, I think, sometimes. And it is often said, it is often, not all the time, but it is often presented as, well, this will get people involved. And it really kind of doesn't. Like, if you're going to vote, you're going to vote. If you're not, you're not. But what do you think? Now, to me, maybe because I'm a political nerd, I'm waiting for, his gumad or his hooker to show up on election day going, he didn't tell you about me now, did he?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Seeing a lot of wet roads all over the place. Watch your speeds, please. 91 northbound construction, exit 6 on the off-ramp. Milford Connector northbound, more road work approaching the Merritt Parkway. Splits left lane is out. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers and a thunderstorm this evening and overnight. Windy with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Clearing by midday. Still on the windy side with a high in the upper 50s. Saturday sunny with a high again in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Cadillac of Greenwich. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose mobile service, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at CadillacofGreenwich.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth. He discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Day 30 of the government shutdown, and more states are shouldering the responsibility of providing food assistance. Maryland Governor Wes Moore.
And immediately use my emergency authority as governor to surge $10 million to food banks and to food bank partners all across the state of Maryland.
President Trump is returning from Asia with what he says is a possible trade agreement with China. CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
What the president says happened versus what the Chinese said happened versus what actually happened is to be determined in the days to come.
The president has also floated restarting nuclear testing. CBS's Charlie D'Agata with Russia's response.
The Kremlin has come in and said, well, there has been a moratorium, an international moratorium on testing of nuclear weapons, so they're going to have to review their own nuclear testing if the United States is indeed about to start testing nuclear weapons again.
Stocks are mixed. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A meeting in Milford is scheduled for this afternoon to find solutions for people with food insecurity who also rely on SNAP. The Milford Regional Chamber of Commerce is hosting a free Zoom forum at 4:30 p.m. featuring local nonprofits like the Bethel Center and Purple Pantry. Everyone will discuss the scope of the problem, then come up with ways to help. You can be part of the solution to feed people or find resources if you need them. Check out the chamber calendar of events at milfordct.com to find the Zoom link. State lawmakers debated yesterday on how to best help the over 360,000 Connecticut residents who will lose SNAP benefits this Saturday. Earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Department of Social Services Commissioner Andrea Barton-Reeves noted how drastic the situation has become.
So although every family's individual circumstance is different, I would say that on average, our SNAP families and individuals really are living month to month with respect to their benefits.
Democratic officials nationwide have been pushing the federal government to release funds from an over $5 billion reserve to continue funding the project.
Trump administration is willing to inflict a cutoff of insurance premium subsidies, cutoff of SNAP benefits. These are the prices that the Trump administration is willing to inflict on America's poorer people.
Senate Democrats, including Majority Leader Bob Duff, blamed the loss of SNAP funding squarely on President Trump.
We should all be very clear that this is the first time in American history that the President of the United States is willfully starving his own people. We've seen so far a shutdown that has lasted over a month, and the two record shutdowns are by the same president, that now is going to, as of Saturday, withhold food from people in our state.
However, Republican leaders have pushed back, calling out congressional Democrats' unwillingness to negotiate on Affordable Care Act subsidies. Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding told WTNH-TV News 8 that those negotiations should continue, but only after the shutdown has ended.
I agree that we should restore some of these subsidies. I don't want to see individuals' premiums increasing and skyrocketing at a time where we can least afford in this country.
Bridgeport City Attorney Taisha Toms is discouraging members of the City Council from passing a resolution that targets members of the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement Agency, commonly known as ICE. In an email sent to council members as well as Mayor Joe Ganim, Toms said that while the decision ultimately rests with the City Council, she wanted to encourage them to consider alternate ways to participate in the resistance without exposing the city to any consequences. Councilor Jorge Cruz, who is the chief sponsor of the resolution, said that he was disappointed in Tom's email and said Bridgeport government officials shouldn't be afraid to stand up to President Donald Trump and his policies. The vote on the resolution is scheduled for this coming Monday. Norm Pattis, the attorney for former Deputy Budget Director Costa Diamantis, who was recently convicted of 21 counts of extortion and bribery, has filed a motion for a post-trial hearing. The motion claims that the jury foreman's conduct with the media raises questions about jury misconduct. Pattis claims that the foreman, Nakong Tan Kang, had prior knowledge of Diamantis that affected the jury's decision. Tan Kang had spoken with WFSB Channel 3 following the verdict.
He's also a public official. He's a government official, and he's held at a higher standard than most individuals. And so I do think a person's character, how they carry themselves, just wasn't credible enough for me.
Pattis told Channel 3 that his client faces a lengthy prison sentence if the verdict is not appealed.
Mr. Diamantis is facing a catastrophic sentence. He'll be lucky to get out of this with less than 10 to 12 years.
22 employees at Mystic Seaport Museum are losing their jobs. The layoffs announced yesterday represent about 15% of the museum's staff. Interim President and CEO Christopher Freeman said the difficult but necessary decision was made to address long-standing financial challenges. The museum remains open and scheduled seasonal programs will still be offered. And a Connecticut restaurant is doing its part to help until SNAP benefits are restored. Cheeks Chicken and Waffles in Manchester is offering free meals to kids starting this weekend. According to the restaurant's Facebook post, the meals will be provided, no questions asked, and there's not an age restriction on children who can receive the meals. Cheeks is one of many companies in the state trying to step up in the face of SNAP's removal. Jason Jakubowski from Connecticut Food Share spoke about the generosity he's seen statewide.
I mean, the great thing here in Connecticut is that, in these times of crisis, people always step up to the plate. The people of Connecticut always step up. They helped. They saved us during COVID. Hopefully, they're going to save us now over these next couple of weeks.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Seeing a lot of wet roads all over the place. Watch your speeds, please. 91 northbound construction, exit 6 on the off-ramp. Milford Connector northbound, more road work approaching the Merritt Parkway. Splits left lane is out. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers and wind, maybe a thunderstorm with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow, clearing by midday with a high in the upper 50s, still windy. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, another update coming up top of the hour on the impending, and I say impending, and I'm going to keep saying impending until it's not impending anymore, the impending loss of SNAP benefits, and Chris will have more reaction from local folks in the newscast, top and bottom of the hour right here. 300,000 to 400,000 people into and through Connecticut, and about 42 million nationwide getting SNAP benefits that may dry up to some extent, although we're hearing something about court proceedings coming up later today, but who knows? We have a couple of experts coming on regarding that. But I wanted to start with this because I look, you know what my feeling is about voting. Some people are going to vote. Some people are not going to vote. I'm not into begging people to vote because, frankly, to me, and I don't want to sound pedantic over this or arrogant, even though I might, sometimes the people you beg to vote and you get down to your hands and knees and you make registration available anywhere and you have all this extended voting, sometimes they may not be as up on the issues as they should. I'm just saying, happens on both sides of the aisle. But the reason I wanted to start with this today is because we see this story in the Connecticut News Junkie. More than 115,000 Connecticut voters have already cast ballots. Absentees top 17,000. Now, absentee is a different story. You may be sick, you may be infirmed, may be a religious thing, you may be out of the country. So we're not talking about absentees today. But I don't get this fascination with early voting. Now, as one of our previous callers said, maybe you have long meetings, maybe you don't trust absentee ballots, but you're not sure about Election Day. Maybe you just found out that you have to be out of town for business, and the boss is like, hey, you're the only person we can have do here, and we're not doing a phone call here, a Zoom call. We get it. But to just, I don't get it. Explain to me why this is a good idea. Only because I've always been a day of voter. I think in my life I missed one election day. Now, I've generally worked schedules that allow me to either go early or go later at night and not have to worry if it's 45 minutes or an hour online, okay? But I don't understand the motivation of somebody who could go on Election Day but would go 2 and 3 weeks early. Now, Connecticut, I believe, is 14 days, 10 days or 14 days. There are other states where it's 3 weeks or a month. I mean, honestly, who casts a ballot 3 weeks out? If you're going to be there on Election Day, I don't understand it. I just don't. I just don't. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And I understand there are some situations in life where same-day voting is not possible, where your boss might be a jackass and not give you an extra hour or two to go vote. I get that. I understand that. But if all things being equal, why would you vote early? Are you so attached to a candidate or a party on either side that you don't want to wait till the end to make sure that nothing greasy or sleazy comes out? I don't know. You tell me. Because, again, the notion that it increases turnout has not really been proven at all. Joe in Fairfield's with us. Hello, Joe. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hi, good afternoon, Paul. This is another Democrat scam, and I say vote like the Democrats. I don't want to paint them all one brush, but
yeah,
I'm sure there's been instances like we saw in Bridgeport with all these fake ballots and everything.
Yeah.
I'm like you. I vote on Election Day. The polls are open from 5 in the morning to 9 at night. Plan ahead. Plan ahead. Like they say, people can't get IDs. What an insult.
Yeah.
You know, Election Day is on November 4th. Plan ahead, as they say.
Yeah. And again, Joe, to me, now maybe it's because I'm generally a pessimistic guy, but I like to wait till the end to make sure there's nothing sleazy or no graft or anything has come out that may affect the person that I may cast my vote for. I take my vote, Joe, very seriously, and I don't want to throw it away.
I agree. But, you know, I find funny, I saw in the news that Obama was pushing for Harris because she's a black female.
Yeah.
But yet the election in Virginia, he's not. He's going for the Democrat.
Oh, yeah.
So he's another guy. He's a shill. He's an empty suit.
He's never going to. And thank you, Joe. Appreciate the call there, Joe in Fairfield. Yeah, I mean, he's never going to campaign for Winsome Earl Sears. No, you won't see Mr. Obama there. And look, if you vote early, that's okay. I'm not chiding you, but again, we do all the stuff around the edges and not go to the meat of the issue. And the meat of the issue to get people to participate in elections is to make their lives better, number one. And number two, maybe give a chance for other candidates and new faces to get involved. We never do that. Nothing, whatever gets better in this state, I will. That's one of my constant questions here. You tell me through elections, what, with a Democratic majority in Hartford, what has gotten appreciably better in Connecticut over the past 10, 15, 20 years? Go ahead, tell me. As people are forced to vote, well, maybe not forced to vote, but as they are confronted with the same people on the ballot every 2 years. No, but we're same-day registration, 2 weeks of early voting, ballot drop boxes, video cameras over the drop boxes. Yeah, and all that has produced what exactly?
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Seeing a lot of wet roads all over the place. Watch your speeds, please. 91 northbound construction, exit 6 on the off-ramp. Milford Connector northbound, more road work approaching the Merritt Parkway. Splits left lane is out. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers and a thunderstorm this evening and overnight. Windy with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow, clearing by midday. Still on the windy side with a high in the upper 50s. Saturday sunny with a high again in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Fairfield County news and talk every afternoon. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, everybody's all agog and aghast, and ooh, there's a tingle down the leg. Remember that? That was Chris Matthews. Speaking of Obama, remember Chris Matthews said he listened to an Obama speech and he got a tingle down his leg? Okay. But, listen, if you want to vote early, that's fine. But again, I just look, there's no real evidence that early voting does anything. Yes, I know it's convenient. I know same-day registration is convenient. I know that there's drop boxes are convenient. I know being able to vote 37 times for each person via absentee ballot in Bridgeport by people who are already in trouble with the law is convenient. I get that. It doesn't improve turnout for at least the municipal elections. Now, next year's turnout will be pretty good because the governor's race is. But what will we not find in the election landscape next year? Something that might actually engage people and get different names and different people in there. Ranked choice voting. You ever notice how every couple of years when somebody needs an endorsement, and we've had the ranked choice voting people on this program before, and I think it's an interesting concept. And whomever is governor and whomever is looking to get reelected, they'll kiss up to them and say, oh, yeah, we'll consider ranked choice voting. Yeah. And I'll consider being the third man of the rotation for the Yankees next year. Well, you can consider all you want. It's never going to happen. Because the powers that be in Bridgeport and Hartford and New Haven and Danbury and Waterbury and the Democratic majority in the state Senate, they will never allow anything like ranked choice voting that will give people other alternatives. It's not going to happen. But we're supposed to get all agog and aghast, and as Chris Matthews said, we're supposed to get the tingle down our legs regarding early voting. I intrinsically, you want to vote early, fine. Maybe you got a short notice, and that's probably where it's good. Hey, I was going to vote day of, but geez, they're sending me to a meeting across the country. It's too late for an absentee ballot. Okay, I got you. But all things being considered, why would you vote 2 weeks out? Assuming that your polling place is not a polling place that usually has long lines, or they get jammed up machines, or like in Bridgeport and Hartford and New Haven, hey, find a judge. We got to keep the polling place open 2 extra hours. Why do we have to do that? The wrong guy is winning. Pete in East Hartford. Hello, Pete. How are you?
Hi, how's it going?
I'm good, Pete.
I'm for having more than one day to vote.
Okay.
And here's my reasoning for it.
All right.
The people who are for unlimited absentee voting point to the fact that, well, it's tough, if you limit people and they can't make it that day, you give them that excuse. And we need to get rid of that because absentee voting is a farce. We found that out in 2020. Anybody with half a brain realizes that there's no possible way to validate those votes. So that's why I'm for it. And also, I don't like standing in line. So if I think we should have at least 3 or 4 days, maybe a week, maybe as much as a week.
All right. Okay. But I see, Pete, some of these states have 3 weeks, a month. Who needs that amount of... Now, again, I understand if your boss says, hey, you got to go out of town for this. We're not going to do a Zoom meeting. Too bad it's election day and you can't get an absentee, right? So I kind of understand that.
Now,
yeah.
The amount of time, the number of days, we could say, a week, a month, whatever. I'm not so concerned with that. What I would like to see is you have to do it in person with a valid photo ID.
Okay.
And everybody can get them. Yeah. And if you're not deployed military, you don't get an absentee ballot.
Interesting.
That's my take on it.
All right, Pete, thank you. Pete from up in East Hartford talking to us right here at WICC. I forgot to ask Pete, what exit off I-84 in East Hartford? Isn't that great how we do that in Connecticut? Well, where do you live? Near what exit? Although now with the damn exit numbers being different, I'm telling you, my entire childhood, my entire perception of the state of Connecticut, it's been shattered now. It's been shattered. Should be shattered. If you know, you know. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I guess I wish, therefore I am. It's pretty profound. I guess I wish we had more ways to increase turnout that actually worked versus some of these things that really don't increase turnout that make us feel better. And again, I encourage you to read up on this. I think it's fascinating. If you just go to a browser and type in the words, does early voting, and it should autofill, as we say in the computer world, to increase turnout. And there is, at best, in some races, some anecdotal evidence that, yeah, maybe it does a little bit. Now, again, you want to increase turnout? Go to, again, for municipal elections, ranked choice voting. Hey, look at other cities and towns that do it. Or how about the General Assembly? Now, it'll never, and I don't say too many things about never, trust me, It'll never become part of the General Assembly voting in the state. It just won't. There are too many entrenched people in the leadership in Hartford. The last thing they want are more challengers. Look how many. You watch, not this year, but next year. You wait and see. You watch how many of these legislative races on both sides of the aisle, but mainly on the Democratic side, are uncontested. My God, look what happens in Bridgeport. If you try to challenge any of the Bridgeport delegation, geez, you better check your tires there. Tighten your lug nuts. Whew. Bob in Trumbull's with us. Bob, good afternoon. How are you?
Reverend Paul, I'm damp, wet, and cold because of this crazy stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, first, Chris Matthews, that was probably a warm liquid running down his leg.
I don't know if we want to go there. Yeah.
Okay, early voting.
Yeah.
The Democrats want to cheat the Girl Scouts out of a chance to sell cookies and learn how to run a non-union business. And then the liberals, instead of having to deal with a little girl in a uniform, would rather go to buy Starbucks and buy a latte rather than cookies.
Yeah, because I know you, like me, Bob, we've always been a fan. I know this is a commonality we have of the polling place bakery sale. You and I like that.
Yes, and the Girl Scout cookies.
Absolutely, and Bob, thank you. I'm glad we have some commonality on that. So there you go. Yes, I make it a point. And if I'm feeling really good on Election Day next week, next Tuesday the 4th, at the Stevens School in Wallingford, not only will I buy something, and if it's $2 or $3, I may pull out a $5 bill and say, keep the change. That's why you vote on Election Day at your local polling location.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Seeing a lot of wet roads all over the place. Watch your speeds, please. 91 northbound construction at 6 on the off-ramp. Milford Connector northbound, more road work approaching the Merritt Parkway. Splits left lane is out. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers and wind, maybe a thunderstorm with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow, clearing by midday with a high in the upper 50s, still windy. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Imagine talking to thousands of local consumers about your business. You will with your ads on the Voice of Connecticut.
It all comes up to your sales rep. Here, Maria, my sales rep, try to understand my business, customize my need, and that make it different than any other experience that I have.
Real stories, real results. It's why advertising on the Voice of Connecticut works. Learn more. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
Snakes, zombies, sharks, heights, speaking in public. The list of fears is endless. But while you're clutching your blanket in the dark, wondering if that sound in the hall was actually a footstep, the real danger is in your hand, when you're behind the wheel. And while you might think a great white shark is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The Voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Have you taken advantage of early voting and why? And listen, intrinsically, I've got nothing against early voting. Now, when it gets a little nuts, 2 or 3 weeks, I get it. Well, why would somebody do that? And the only reason, and again, the only reason I say that is, and I think Connecticut is 2 weeks here, 14 days, 10 days, 14 days, whatever it is. But you go to some of these states, it's 3 weeks or a month or whatever. Why would you do that? I mean, to me, the further out from Election Day you vote cheapens your vote in some such way. I honestly believe that. Because you know what? Maybe it's what I am. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust a candidate from either side, Republican or Democrat, incumbent or challenger. Now, it's not like I wait to get online on Election Day. It's not like next Tuesday I'm going to wait till 10 of 8 at my polling locale in Wallingford to get on the line there and say, geez, I waited till the last possible minute. No, I'm not that crazy. I'm a little crazy. I ain't that nuts. But having said that, I don't get it. Because there's marginal evidence, if any at all, that early voting increases turnout. Well, if it doesn't increase turnout, what are we doing it for? Why don't we do real things that increase turnout, like early ranked choice voting?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Day 30 of the government shutdown. A federal judge in Boston is considering a motion to require the Trump administration to continue funding the SNAP food aid program. Denver Mayor Mike Johnston on 100,000 SNAP recipients in his city.
By some estimates, 30 to 50,000 of those are children. That means when you have kids showing up at your house tomorrow night to trick or treat, 1 out of 7 of those kids that show up with a mask on at your front door will not know whether they're going to get food when they go back home the next day.
Vice President J.D. Vance today.
All we need to end the craziness, to pay the air traffic controllers, to pay the TSA agents, to pay the pilots, to make sure that food stamp benefits continue to go out to the American people who need them. All we need is 5 reasonable Democrats to join 3 moderate Democrats and 52 Republicans to reopen the government.
Linda Kenyon reports the Trump administration is dramatically lowering the number of refugees it will admit into the country.
The administration has announced it will cap refugee admissions in 2026 at 7,500, and most of those refugees will be white South Africans. This is a dramatic drop from last year's number of 125,000 refugees during the Biden administration. The Trump White House did not explain the reason for the major decrease or the decision to focus mostly on white South Africans. A statement says only that it was, quote, justified by humanitarian concerns or is otherwise in the national interest. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
A felony charge has been dropped against a man who spent a month in jail over a Facebook post about Charlie Kirk's killing. Stacey Lynn reports.
On a community Facebook page about a vigil for Charlie Kirk, Larry Bussart posted a meme quoting President Trump saying, "We have to get over it." Comments he made the day after a school shooting in Perry, Iowa. Bussart wrote, "This seems relevant today." Some had interpreted the meme as a threat of mass violence, and he was arrested. No word why prosecutors suddenly dropped the charges, but when Bussart was released, he told reporters he didn't seek to be a media sensation. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
President Trump is back in the U.S. after his travels through Asia and his trade talks with China's president. CBS's Kelly O'Grady says the average American may not feel the impact of somewhat lower tariffs on Beijing.
I think the bigger thing is not necessarily relief for consumers, but it's not more pain. This would be in opposition to a 100% additional tariff. So it's more, okay, a little bit of relief, but what you're actually avoiding is bigger pain in the future.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are lower. The NASDAQ is off by 300. This is CBS News.
The annual Progressive Keys to Progress program provides vehicles to deserving veterans, helping our heroes drive their lives forward. Learn more at keystoprogress.com.
Oil investments involve a high degree of uncertainty and are only suitable for accredited investors. Actual results may vary.
Drill, baby, drill. President Trump has declared a national energy emergency and is making the U.S. oil industry a priority with support for our hardworking oil and gas industry. If you are an SEC-accredited investor and qualified to make at least a $100,000 investment, you can deduct nearly 100% of your investment for this tax year. Call 800-696-5531 now and connect directly to Encore Energy. Encore is a major investor and experienced horizontal well operator in its core area of operations. Don't wait. The clock is ticking and time is running out for this write-off for 2025. Call Encore Energy now at 800-696-5531 and find out how your investment will be tax deductible for 2025 with the potential for lucrative cash flow for years to come. Call 800-696-5531. That's 800-696-5531.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State lawmakers debated yesterday on how to best help the over 360,000 Connecticut residents who will lose SNAP benefits this Saturday. Democratic officials nationwide have been pushing the federal government to release funds from an over $5 billion reserve to continue funding the project. Senate Democrats blamed the loss of SNAP funding squarely on President Trump. However, Republican leaders have pushed back, calling out congressional Democrats' unwillingness to negotiate on Affordable Care Act subsidies. A meeting in Milford is scheduled to take place this afternoon to find solutions for people with food insecurity who also rely on SNAP. The Milford Regional Chamber of Commerce is hosting a free Zoom forum at 4:30 p.m. featuring several local nonprofits like the Bethel Center and Purple Pantry. Everyone will discuss the scope of the problem, then come up with ways to help. You can be part of the solution to feed people or find resources if you need them. Check out the chamber calendar of events at milfordct.com to find the Zoom link. And many Connecticut organizations will be pitching in to do their part to help until SNAP benefits are restored. Restaurants, businesses, and companies in the state are stepping up to help in the face of SNAP's removal. Jason Jakubowski from Connecticut's Food Share spoke about the generosity he's seen statewide.
I mean, the great thing here in Connecticut is that, you know, in these times of crisis, people always step up to the plate. The people of Connecticut always step up. They helped. They saved us during COVID. Hopefully they're going to save us now over these next couple of weeks.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Rain delays plenty out there. Watch your speeds, please. 95 northbound, accident between exit 4 and 5 on the Parkway southbound. Accident just past exit 3. And out of New Haven on 95 southbound side, you're busy but moving going through Long Wharf and Renee bunched up going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers and a thunderstorm this evening and overnight. Windy with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Clearing by midday. Still on the windy side with a high in the upper 50s. Saturday sunny with a high again in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And again,
state lawmakers debated.
And we're starting, and I know the government shutdown's a big thing, and we may have some breaking news coming up later on regarding some court proceedings. We have a couple of experts coming. We'll get to that momentarily. Nothing has really changed. And by the way, you know it's bad when somebody at a major network and is calling out Democrats saying, hey, come on, open the government. We know you hate Trump. Trump sucks and all this. So we'll have a clip that's only now making the rounds from Sunday, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But I saw this coming on, and look, I don't care who you vote for. I really don't. What do you mean you don't care, Paul? We hear you every day. I give you my opinion. If you want to weigh my opinion heavily, moderately, or not at all, if you want to throw my opinion out with the dirty cat litter, I don't care, frankly. It's not going to affect my paycheck. It's not. Or if you have me up on the wall next to Frank Sinatra, the Pope, whomever that might be at the moment, Pope Leo, and Jesus Christ. Or as my people like to say, Jesus Christ. I don't care either way. But what I do care about are half-hearted measures, thinking that they're really making a difference, when we could really and honestly do stuff. We can honestly and really do stuff to make a difference. What I'm talking about here is election turnout, which again, for next week on the municipal elections, which are this coming Tuesday the 4th, mayors, first selectmen, first select people, whatever, boards of aldermen, or whatever, boards of alders, town councils. You know what would be really great? Some new faces or some ways that there are new challengers and ways to motivate people. But instead, we get all excited over early voting, which studies show doesn't do anything. Early voting got underway, I think it was October 20th here, so we have roughly, give or take a day, we have roughly 2 weeks of early voting. Roughly 2 weeks of early voting. And according to this story I'm seeing today in the Connecticut News Junkie, was posted this morning at about 10:40 toward noontime. More than 115,000 Connecticut voters have already cast ballots. Okay, and that's a big deal. Why? It'd be a big deal if it actually boosted turnout, but it likely won't because there's no evidence that early voting does. And if you want to vote early, that's fine. Go ahead. I couldn't care less if you paid me. But when are we going to do things that really matter, like allowing more people in on the process? The same thing with same-day registration and registering to vote. The notion that we have to beg people to register to vote, to me, is mind-boggling. What are we begging? Why are you begging people that have to be begged? Why are you telling people, hey, you don't have to wait till Election Day to come out and vote? I mean, is civic engagement that bad that we have to veer away from stuff that we have been doing or haven't been doing for a couple of 100 years in this country? I know there are work concerns. I know there are people that wouldn't be here on Election Day. I get that. But all things being equal, if your work is not a problem, if your boss says, hey, go to vote, I'm cool with that, just let me know when you're coming back. Why would you vote early? Why would you do that? Especially when there's no really concrete evidence that it makes a difference. And again, if you want to vote early, that's fine, but it's a charade. Until you show me rock-solid evidence that this is not a charade, it's a charade. Well, we have to boost, the participation in the municipal races is not good. Okay, that's a point. That's an extremely valid point. Why don't you let more people participate in those races? Oh, you mean allow more challengers to be in there? Yes. I don't know, like ranked choice voting. No, well, we can't do that. But Governor Lamont last time, he got an endorsement because all he said was, well, yeah, we'll look at it. Yeah, we'll look at it. And guess what? We're going to look at it. And the General Assembly, the big wigs in Hartford, they're saying, no way.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade, so the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes and Retirement event, November 6th and 13th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click BridgelightAdvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, president of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at BridgelightAdvisors.com. BridgelightAdvisors.com.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
This year's Farmer's Almanac warns of a harsh, super snowy winter. So take control of the wet, snowy, and icy conditions with a new set of Bridgestone winter tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services for life with your purchase of Bridgestone winter tires. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone winter tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff from Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, and I'd love for you to join me November 6th at UConn Stanford for the Reputation Made event. Discover how shifting news cycles, influencers, and the demand for authenticity are reshaping how brands and leaders earn attention today. You'll hear from inspiring business leaders like Stu Leonard Jr., meet one-on-one with state leaders, and connect with some of the brightest minds in our state. Get your tickets now at connecticut-made.com. Join us and be part of what gets made.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Rain delays plenty out there. Watch your speeds, please. 95 northbound, accident between exit 4 and 5 on the Parkway southbound. Accident just past exit 3. And out of New Haven on 95 southbound side, you're busy but moving going through Long Wharf and Renee bunched up going into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers and wind, maybe a thunderstorm with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow, clearing by midday with a high in the upper 50s, still windy. Saturday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back, and only on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
And I want to give a big shout out today. Just saw some nice folks in the kitchen area here at Connoisseur. The folks from Haven Hot Chicken stopped by. New Haven, North Haven, Norwalk, doesn't matter where you are. Haven Hot Chicken has one of their 9 Connecticut locations near you, plus they're rolling up with their food truck like they're on tour. It's chicken raised right, marinated in real buttermilk, made from scratch with signature sauces made fresh in-house. So check it out. It's not just chicken. It's Connecticut's own hot chicken obsession you'll be craving. Check out havenhotchicken.com. That's Haven, Haven, havenhotchicken.com to see where you can get your next favorite meal. All right. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. All right. Coming up next hour, We will be talking to one of our favorites, Linda Kenyon from CBS News, live from the White House. And coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, our buddy Mike O'Neill from the Landmark Legal Foundation to talk about this obscure law that some Democrat AGs, including William Tong here in Connecticut, are saying should be used to release SNAP money. One of our legal eagles yesterday, Thane Rosenbaum from CBS, says that law does not apply in this situation, although the president could push it if he wants to. We'll see if Mike O'Neill agrees with that or not. Talking now a little bit, though, about voting here in the state. And again, be advised, if you are so inclined, if you care enough, if you have a vested interest in your hometown, the municipal elections are this coming Tuesday. It's not Congress. It's not the state house or state senate. It's not the governor. That's next year. These are your municipal elections on Tuesday. Mayor, town manager, first selectman or first select woman, city council, town council, RTM, board of alders. Maybe depending where you are, some other boards are elected. Usually the Board of Ed is elected. That's a steel cage death match in Bridgeport. I know that, and some other places. But again, we're seeing here everybody is celebrating. Whoa, 115,000 Connecticut voters have already voted early. So what? Why are we excited about that? Now, if you told me that across the board we see that early voting has caused a 10% increase in turnout, then I'll get excited. Until then, Tim in Hamden's here. Tim, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Well, I'll never forget living in New Britain, and the first time Obama was running for re-election, I stood in a line for 3 hours to vote.
Okay.
It's like one of those situations where we, it all depends on the enthusiasm.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be very excited, if 15%, show up in these local elections.
Exactly.
And, the comments, about what the issues are, is amazing on the Facebook things. Well, I'm not going to vote for so-and-so because he talks too long at the meetings and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's an informed voter. That's what we like. That's an informed voter. Yeah, that's what we like.
Well, I'll never forget we had, an issue about whether to have 2 or 3 leaf pickups, and stuff because, everybody who's in an apartment said, I don't care.
I don't care.
But, you push, you gather up all your leaves, you push them into the street, and which is ridiculous.
At what point, and Tim, at what point in history, I've always wondered, at what point in history did we start actually raking leaves? Like, did the pilgrims were leaves raked? Were the founding fathers on their way home from putting the Constitution together, and did Samuel Adams take a look at I don't know who's the guy from Roger Sherman? Did he say, "Hey, Raj, sorry, gotta go, gotta rake the leaves"? When did that happen, Tim?
Well, I mean, if you need a good compost thing, maybe I don't know, but it's amazing. Hey, I just wanted to quickly switch. Today it's really 2 issues.
Yeah.
The president announced on his own social media. Well, first off, what is the president on his for-profit social media announcing news things to begin with? Doesn't he have, a press person there?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to go back to testing nuclear weapons again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Putin announced Russia has a new missile.
So people don't understand. We have exploded over 1,000 nuclear tests.
Yep.
Which is absolutely ridiculous. We can't afford food. We have to argue about food stamps. Health care costs and everything else, and all of this stuff. I saw some hillbilly senator, talking about how the young men down in Alabama don't need, this SNAP benefits. They just need to get to work. But, most of them are working. But, the cost, even for one nuclear, and it's going to be underground. That's how they do it now.
Mm-hmm.
What are we supposed to prove? It works. Okay. It's going to melt your face off.
I think this is a way, if Mr. Putin is sending us a message. It was a big thing over the weekend. All the networks had it. There's this new long-range missile. Well, okay. All right, Vlad. Well, all right. So we'll start testing our nukes again. I have no problem with it. I
have problems why both of them don't say, instead of 6,000 each nuclear having, we start, if Reagan and others can reduce the net amount of nuclear, but it's really just what can I say about this, this clown in office? I mean, he's just essentially, has to prove his macho-ness all the time. If he's going to do that, I'm going to do double this, and I'm going to do that, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, first off, we don't vote on anything anymore. We just let the president, decide, whatever his will of the day might be.
Okay.
We're going to do. We're going to move troops, into cities, whether they like it or not. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Oh, my God. So that's my rant. I don't think there's been, whatever. I'll try to find the cost for a nuclear explosion and get back to you.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate that. All right. I got a couple of thoughts on what Tim just said. Yeah, it's probably not a good idea to start nuclear testing again, maybe. But again, here is a situation, and Tim kind of tickled my memory on this. I did want to mention this. And we'll come back with that right here as we eat our chicken on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Rain delays plenty out there. Watch your speeds, please. 95 northbound, accident between exit 4 and 5 on the Parkway southbound. Accident just past exit 3. And out of New Haven on 95 southbound side, you're busy but moving going through Long Wharf and Route 8 bunched up going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
Showers and a thunderstorm this evening and overnight. Windy with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Clearing by midday. Still on the windy side with a high in the upper 50s. Saturday sunny with a high again in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com, because a good car deserves a great recovery.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out connecticut-made.com and get made.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. There is some cautious optimism over bipartisan group talks to end the government shutdown. CBS's Nicole Killian is following.
There are some bipartisan talks happening here on Capitol Hill. The question is whether or not they gain steam, because quite frankly, they've been on again and off again all month.
President Trump is due back in Washington soon, fresh on the heels of his trade talks with China's president. Correspondent Ed O'Keefe.
The president says it all went very well. Says it was a 12 out of 10. The Chinese generally said it was a positive exchange, but have provided much fewer details.
CBS's Charlie Daggett reports there have been more U.S. strikes on alleged drug boats, and there's more military hardware in the Caribbean.
4,500 sailors, Marines on board, the aviators, F-35s, F-18 fighter jets. The United States is preparing for war. That doesn't mean they're going to war.
Checking the numbers on Wall Street, stocks at this hour are mixed. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State lawmakers debated yesterday on how to best help the over 360,000 Connecticut residents who will lose SNAP benefits this Saturday. Earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Department of Social Services Commissioner Andrea Barton-Reeves noted how drastic the situation has become.
So although every family's individual circumstance is different, I would say that on average, our SNAP families and individuals really are living month to month with respect to their benefits.
Democratic officials nationwide have been pushing the federal government to release funds from an over $5 billion reserve to continue funding for the project.
The Trump administration is willing to inflict a cutoff of insurance premium subsidies, cutoff of SNAP benefits. These are the prices that the Trump administration is willing to inflict on America's poorer people.
Senate Democrats, including Majority Leader Bob Duff, blamed the loss of SNAP funding squarely on President Trump.
We should all be very clear that this is the first time in American history that the President of the United States is willfully starving his own people. We've seen so far a shutdown that has lasted over a month, and the two record shutdowns are by the same president, that now is going to, as of Saturday, withhold food from people in our state.
However, Republican leaders have pushed back, calling out congressional Democrats' unwillingness to negotiate on Affordable Care Act subsidies. Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding told WTNH-TV News 8 that those negotiations should continue, but only after the shutdown has ended.
I agree that we should restore some level of these subsidies. I don't want to see individuals' premiums increasing and skyrocketing at a time where we can least afford in this country.
The 55-year-old New Canaan woman who was bludgeoned to death at her home this week was a Virginia native and an antiques dealer. Laura Williams died after police say her 28-year-old son, Sebastian Van Stockham, attacked her with a hammer, a knife, and his fists on Monday. Family members say she was recently making a living by selling high-end antiques from the home on Gerardis Road where she was killed. Van Stockham is charged with murder and is being held on $2 million bond. A Greenwich teenager has been arrested after allegedly issuing threats against students and staff at an adult special needs program. Douglas Alcade was charged following an incident Monday at the Community Connections program. Police say Alcade made a verbal threat that was later found to be not credible. The 18-year-old Alcade is charged with second-degree threatening. Multiple streets in Bridgeport have been closed due to a water main break resulting in heavy flooding. City officials say that North Washington Avenue and River Street, Knowlton Street and River Street, as well as Evergreen Street and River Street are all inaccessible. Bridgeport City Attorney Taisha Toms is discouraging members of the City Council from passing a resolution that targets members of the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement Agency, commonly known as ICE. In an email sent to council members as well as Mayor Joe Ganim, Toms said that while the decision ultimately rests with the City Council, she wanted to encourage them to consider alternate ways to participate in the resistance without exposing the city to any consequences. Councilor Jorge Cruz, who is the chief sponsor of the resolution, said that he was disappointed in Tom's email and said Bridgeport government officials shouldn't be afraid to stand up to President Donald Trump and his policies. The vote on the resolution is scheduled for this coming Monday. Norm Pattis, the attorney for former Deputy Budget Director Costa Diamantis, who was recently convicted of 21 counts of extortion and bribery, has filed a motion for a post-trial hearing. The motion claims that the jury foreman's conduct with the media raises questions about jury misconduct. Pattis claims that the foreman, Nakong Tan Kang, had prior knowledge of Diamantis that affected the jury's decision. Tan Kang had spoken with WFSB Channel 3 following the verdict.
He's also a public official. He's a government official, and he's held at a higher standard than most individuals. And so I do think a person's character, how they carry themselves, just wasn't credible enough for me.
Pattis told Channel 3 that his client faces a lengthy prison sentence if the verdict is not appealed.
Mr. Diamantis is facing a catastrophic sentence. He'll be lucky to get out of this with less than 10 to 12 years.
And 22 employees at Mystic Seaport Museum are losing their jobs. The layoffs announced yesterday represent about 15% of the museum's staff. Interim President and CEO Christopher Freeman said the difficult but necessary decision was made to address long-standing financial challenges. The museum remains open and scheduled seasonal programs will still be offered. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, an accident remains between exit 4 and 5. Plan on over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway southbound accident between exit 8 and 5 northbound. You have plenty of onlooking delays as well. Getting through New Haven on 95, the southbound side, crawling along through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross, the southbound side, near jam and going down to the tunnel. Accident remains exit 50 on the on-ramp. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers and wind, maybe a thunderstorm with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow, clearing by midday with a high in the upper 50s, still windy. Saturday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You know it's bad for Democrats when even moderate members of the cable news sphere are saying, yeah, you know what, you guys say whatever you want, you shut down the government. I have a great run-in that is still gaining traction now between Jake Tapper and some backbench congresswoman from Georgia. I think you got to hear this. And also from the weekend, did you see this? Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, was on with Kristen Welker from NBC on Meet the Press. And she starts literally, I'll play the clip for you. You know that the GOP is winning when somebody from NBC or any major network is literally yelling, is yelling at a member of the Trump cabinet. Now, if I was the executive producer of NBC News, I have no idea who that is. I'm going to play something for you where not only is she yelling at Scott Besant at the beginning of the bite, he's trying to wrap up a cogent thought. And you could hear her going, yeah, well, no, okay, all right, fine. And may I tell you something? If I was her boss, Kristen, come here, shut the door. Come here, sit down. As a dear friend of mine used to say when he was my boss, this is not a discussion, what we're about to have. Shut up and listen. I'll have that coming up. You're going to love it. You may have seen this cut all over, but it's like, if I was the EP, the executive producer at NBC, I'm telling Kristen Walker, I don't care how much money you make. This ain't happening again. This is bad. And I'll have some thoughts on how, everybody's got the answer now for beating Vladimir Putin. Oh, why is Trump doing this? Why Trump's doing it? Yeah, why? Because Putin is a homicidal nut. That's why. Maybe it's why 70% of the American people, 70 or 71%, said, yeah, if it's a drug boat and it's in international waters, blow it up. Jim Himes went nuclear last night on, oh my God, extrajudicial killings. And somebody said, Congressman, 71% approval here. What does that tell you about what's previously been done? I love people who are so, what's the word I'm looking for? They are so myopic. They don't see the forest for the trees here. Well, why didn't other presidents blow up these drug boats? Well, because, of course, that's not how we do things. And I'm seeing more and more on social media of people saying, well, there's victim blaming now. Well, if people weren't on drugs, these drug boats wouldn't be out there. That's what we're down to now, victim blaming. It's mind-numbing. It is. Dave in Brantford's here. Hello, Dave. How are you?
Yeah, how are you? I'm going to pick on you city kids. That would be you and Timmy.
Yeah.
Kind of peeing on the leaf obsessed. I spent like all day yesterday up on the roof blowing out the gutters.
Oh, my God.
And, I had to worry about falling off.
Yes.
And all the
What are you
equipment
doing, Dave? Hire somebody.
Man, you get that brown spot on your ceiling because the gutter's back.
Oh, I know, but Dave, you got to hire somebody. Don't go doing that.
No, I'm loaded with trees. I can't be peeling off $300 every. I got to clean the gutters at least a dozen times every fall. And the street in front of my house, surrounded by woods, it's covered with leaves. If you don't get them out of the road, all the storm drains clog up.
That I know, but wait a minute.
It's your civic responsibility to keep the street leaves out of the storm drain.
Yeah, but wait a minute.
Nobody else does it. My neighbors say, you shouldn't have to do that. Well, nobody does it if you don't do it. And so it is not a mental illness to deal with the leaves.
No, I'm not saying that. But, Dave, don't you have those guards on the whatever they're called, leaf guard, gutter guard?
We have different ones. Sometimes you get the ice dams built up in the gutter in the winter.
Yeah.
And if you've got the guards on the gutter, you can't get the ice out of the gutters because the leaf dams keep you from getting at it.
Okay.
And so we have discovered that those ice dams in January are a worse problem.
Yeah.
Because then the water backs up under the shingles, or at least it could. I haven't had the problem yet, but it could. And so we tried them on my sister-in-law's house. The water sheeted right over the top of them.
Wow.
And it was just running right off the edge of the gutter. So she brought them back to Home Depot. I won't name the brand name.
Okay.
You've got about five different choices,
All
and
right.
you got to work.
Yeah.
What works for you? I want to, if I haven't burned up all my time,
go
on
ahead.
the early voting, listen, the point about the early voting is there's like an assumption that the more people vote, the better the result. It's better for democracy.
Yeah.
And yet there's no evidence. One of your callers said, one of the early callers said, I got to go read it. He said it definitely increases voter participation. Well, that's not, you can't say that.
No.
It's only gone up very slightly. And the other thing is, you keep talking about this. Polling tells us if the voting is 60% of registered or 40%, it's almost surely you're going to get the exact same person elected.
Oh.
Every last vote is not important to determine who gets elected. And so both of those are kind of, a straw man argument. I think the counter argument against early voting is there's a lot more finagling, with the results. And both sides think Stacey Abrams and Raphael Warnock are, moaning about the results.
Yeah.
It was rigged. Trump is moaning about the results. Who was that good-looking blonde lady in Arizona who almost made it but didn't, moaning about the results?
Kirsten Sinema? No.
No, it was...
Carrie Lake? Carrie Lake?
Yeah, Lake.
Yeah.
I was going to say Lake and Riley, but I had the wrong Lake.
No. Yeah.
You know what? The more we do with this Make It Easier, the worse it gets. And for a municipal election especially, you don't know if the dude voted in Puerto Rico, then Atlanta on the way north, and now he's voting in New Haven. There's no way to check on that. The amount of labor to cross-check, it's just a bad idea. The only upside is if you get like a blizzard or a bad storm or a hurricane on Election Day, and voting participation is catastrophically knocked down, that could affect the vote. And so, in my opinion, you guys were talking about it, a one-day in-person early voting, maybe the weekend before the Tuesday.
Maybe.
That would be good. And, as usual, the people who have a legitimate excuse, like our people serving overseas, get to vote. But this wide open, you can sign up and vote on the same day without picture ID, without a social number. It's just rife for what we're seeing almost all the time.
I am. And Dave, I do have to run. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the call. As always, Dave in Brantford. We need to stop begging people to vote. It's kind of like, and Dave mentioned his home and some home improvement stuff. It's kind of like you're outside working on your home, right? And you're raking and you look up at your house and you say, yeah, I need new shingles there, or I could use a new roof or whatever. And a guy comes by, and two roofing companies come by. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I see you looking up there. You need something? Yeah, can you tackle this? Well, I don't know. You want to work on my... I'm budgeting $10,000 for this. Well... I don't know. Have you done roofs before? Yeah, a couple, but oh yeah, you got a whole lot. I'm not sure. And then 10 minutes later, somebody comes by. Hey, sir, how are you? And you see so and so, Acme Roofing, whatever, guaranteed 100% bond, thousands of happy customers, free estimate. Hey, I got a roof thing going on here. What's your budget, sir? About $10,000. Listen, let me draw up an estimate. I know it's the weekend. Can I call you back tonight? Sure. Those are like voters. Like, why are we you want somebody to vote who's really into it, right? Why are we begging people to vote? Which we are. Same day registration, no ID or limited ID required. Register online, register at the DMV. No, get off your ass, go to City Hall or Town Hall, go to the city or town clerk's office and say, give me a form and I'll take the oath here.
Now you can find out who's under the helmet and behind the jersey with the Rudin Report Athlete Profile. High school sports are made great by the student athletes who play them. Check out the High School Athlete Profile, sponsored by BMW of Darien at therudinreport.com.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, an accident remains between exit 4 and 5. Plan on over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway southbound accident between exit 8 and 5. Northbound, you have plenty of onlooking delays as well. Getting through New Haven on 95, the southbound side, crawling along through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross, southbound side, near jamming going down to the tunnel. Accident remains exit 50 on the on-ramp. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers and a thunderstorm this evening and overnight. Windy with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow, clearing by midday. Still on the windy side with a high in the upper 50s. Saturday sunny with a high again in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The place to come for live and local Connecticut talk. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And again, we're talking about early voting here. Listen, if you want to vote early, fine, but it ain't no magic elixir. We keep nibbling around the edges here. Maybe people don't get involved voting because they get tired of the same old person or persons or peoples running every 2 years. Did the Einsteins in government ever consider that? And this is why we will never see ranked choice voting to any extent in this state. The General Assembly, the Democratic majority in Hartford, is never going to pass it. Even a bill that would allow some municipalities to do it if they want to, from what I understand, didn't go anywhere. Why? Come on. And this is why I was really disappointed that, and as much as I've had the pro-ranked choice voting people on this show, the late Oz Griebel. Oz and I talked about it 2 or 3 times before his untimely death. I think 2 or 3 years ago, he was hit by a car while jogging or riding a bicycle, visiting friends or family in Pennsylvania. Great guy. I may not have always agreed with him, but he was an interesting guy. Ran for governor a couple of times. Got a bunch of votes one time. I think it was a 3-way race. His one-time running mate, Monty Frank, has been on this show. So the principle of ranked choice voting that allows people to rank 2, 3, 4, 5 candidates in and of itself would allow maybe some new voices to be looked at, which is why it's never going to go anywhere. And the fact that Governor Ned Lamont is not a dumb guy. He knows that last time out, I think it was in 2022, he offered a rather boisterous affirmation that he, I think it was the Independent Party of Connecticut, who said, hey, we'll endorse you against Bob Stefanowski if you promise to look at ranked choice voting. Well, he did. He won. He got the endorsement, and we don't have ranked choice voting. What makes anybody think that anybody in Hartford would allow a voting system in Connecticut, even on the municipal level, that would allow their power base to erode? Come on, we're not that dumb. Well, I better be. People who think like me are not that dumb. Other people, I don't know. But my God, we get all the early voting, same-day registration. And unless it's a sexy congressional or national or statewide race, nobody cares. I mean, Hartford has a turnout of, 18%, 19%? The only reason you get decent turnouts or turns out, whatever, in Bridgeport is the absentee ballot shenanigans. Hey, he won at the polls. Yeah, count the absentees. There you go. Mind-numbing here. And again, if you look it up, absentee, early voting is nice, but it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. Unless you have a structural change on statewide elections, or unless you have enough local officials in Bridgeport, Hartford, or New Haven, or Danbury, or Waterbury who are brave enough to say, hey, let's try something different here, you're going to get the same slop over and over and over again. It's not that people are averse to change. It's that they don't get the opportunity. That's all. That's all. David is with us in Bridgeport. David, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey there, David Hertz here. So,
yes.
It's all theater. Come on. I mean, It's nothing other than that. It's just to show that we're democratic. As you know, I'm running in the 136. No one has suggested that there's an alternative to Castillo who's under investigation for various things at the moment.
Yep.
There's no interest. And while you're thinking about things, there's also something called cumulative voting. I think Lonnie Glenier got lambasted on this back when she was.
Yes, I remember this. Yeah.
Cumulative voting. Give everyone in Bridgeport. It makes sense. You have 2 votes per district. You can vote for 2 people. Why not give people 2 votes that they can throw any way they want?
Well, and again, and David, I do have to run. Thank you. The bottom line is there aren't enough choices. There are not enough choices. And I know what people will say. Well, here's the problem. People, there aren't enough choices. Well, yeah, because you put up intentional hurdles to keep people off of the ballots because you have that power thing. And nobody wants to give it up.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, an accident remains between exit 4 and 5. Plan on over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway southbound accident between exit 8 and 5 northbound. You have plenty of onlooking delays as well. Getting through New Haven on 95, the southbound side, crawling along through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross, the southbound side, near jamming going down to the tunnel. Accident remains exit 50 on the on-ramp. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers and wind, maybe a thunderstorm with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow, clearing by midday with a high in the upper 50s, still windy. Saturday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Okay, we have an update coming up live from D.C. with our friend Linda Kenyon, CBS News. What the deal is there with the ongoing government shutdown. And at the 5 o'clock hour, our friend Mike O'Neill, Landmark Legal Foundation. What about this kind of obscure federal law that our friend Thane Rosenbaum talked about yesterday? Is the president illegally holding back, or could he declare some sort of a disaster to allow some of these SNAP benefits? Or maybe Chris Murphy, maybe Richard Blumenthal, maybe at least 5 or 6 other Democrats should say, okay, enough. Let's let people eat for the next 3 or 4 weeks. By the way, the continuing resolution that Blumenthal and Murphy and some other Democrats won't sign, that won't solve the problem. Because that continuing resolution would only run, I think, till the end of November.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Day 30 of the government shutdown and no signs of movement on Capitol Hill. CBS's Nicole Killian is there.
As far as the practical arguments of fund the government versus negotiate on health care, both sides, Republican and Democrat, still remain pretty firmly dug in.
Vice President Vance focused on aviation today while urging an end to the shutdown. Linda Kenyon reports.
The vice president says the prolonged shutdown is taking its toll.
I worry about the pilots who haven't gotten paid in a long time. I worry about the air traffic controllers.
After meeting behind closed doors with Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy and aviation officials, the vice president accused Senate Democrats of being unreasonable.
We're happy to talk about health care policy. We're happy to talk about tax policy. We're happy to talk about regulatory policy, but not at the point of a gun.
Democrats indicate they lack assurances Republicans will, in fact, agree to talk about health policy. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
SNAP benefits will pause on Saturday, and that has states scrambling to take care of those who may need food assistance. Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey.
As a state, we are going to advance $4 million to our food banks, which support over 800 community organizations around the state.
A federal judge in Boston is considering a motion that would require the Trump administration to continue funding the SNAP program despite the shutdown. It's day 2 of a trial in Oregon over the president's deployment of National Guard troops to Portland. Katrina Kaufman is covering.
This is the first time that a judge is really assessing the merits of what happened at an immigration facility and whether or not federal officers actually couldn't execute their functions, whether a rebellion actually took place, justifying bringing in the National Guard.
The Pentagon has ordered the National Guard in all 50 states to form quick reaction forces that will be trained in riot control. In Britain, Buckingham Palace says King Charles has stripped his brother Prince Andrew of his remaining titles and is evicting him from his royal residence. That because of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. President Trump has just arrived back in Washington from his Asia trip and is meeting with China's president. CBS's Kelly O'Grady reports while we don't have a lot of details, any trade talks are seen as progress.
Having sort of the tensions come down with China, having more of a clear idea that something will be able to be worked out, that just sends a ripple of calmness through the stock market, through the economy. So I guess it's vibes.
On Wall Street at the closing bell, stocks finished lower. The Dow was off 110. The Nasdaq was off by 377. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Maybe this is you too. People are enormously frustrated with the cost of healthcare right now. There is an option. Hundreds of thousands of people have gone with MediShare. They like it more, and they're saving a lot of money. Perfect time for you to join, too. Apply before October 31st, and they will waive your application fee. That's $100 you'll be saving right off the bat, in addition to the thousands you can save every year. Call them now. Here's the number, 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. MediShare is a community of Christians who've shared more than $9 billion in medical bills. It has worked beautifully for decades. And with so many people re-examining their options right now, seeing premiums going up and up, this is a great time to take advantage of this offer. Just tell them the promo code SHARE and save $100 before October 31st. Call 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State lawmakers debated yesterday on how to best help the over 360,000 Connecticut residents who will lose SNAP benefits this Saturday. Democratic officials nationwide have been pushing the federal government to release funds from an over $5 billion reserve to continue funding the project. Senate Democrats blamed the loss of SNAP funding squarely on President Trump. However, Republican leaders have pushed back, calling out congressional Democrats' unwillingness to negotiate on Affordable Care Act subsidies. Norm Pattis, the attorney for former Deputy Budget Director Costa Diamantis, who was recently convicted of 21 counts of extortion and bribery, has filed a motion for a post-trial hearing. The motion claims that the jury foreman's conduct with the media raises questions about jury misconduct. Pattis claims that the foreman, Nakong Tan Kang, had prior knowledge of Diamantis that affected the jury's decision. Tan Kang had spoken with WFSB Channel 3 following the verdict.
He's also a public official. He's a government official, and he's held at a higher standard than most individuals. And so I do think a person's character, how they carry themselves, just wasn't credible enough for me.
Pattis told Channel 3 that his client faces a lengthy prison sentence if the verdict is not appealed.
Mr. Diamantis is facing a catastrophic sentence. He'll be lucky to get out of this with less than 10 to 12 years.
And many Connecticut organizations are doing their part to help until SNAP benefits have been restored. There are several companies, restaurants, and businesses in the state trying to step up in the face of SNAP's removal. Jason Jakubowski from Connecticut Food Share spoke about the generosity he's seen statewide.
I mean, the great thing here in Connecticut is that, you know, in these times of crisis, people always step up to the plate. The people of Connecticut always step up. They helped. They saved us during COVID. Hopefully they're going to save us now over these next couple of weeks.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 southbound, crash approaching exit 8 has things backing up towards the Commodore Hall Bridge. Lower Fairfield County 95, the northbound side up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport, the Parkway really isn't much help. Out of New Haven on 91, southbound side, you're jamming from exit 4 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross southbound, not much help. Long line of cars going through Hamden down the tunnel. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers and a thunderstorm this evening and overnight. Windy with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Clearing by midday. Still on the windy side with a high in the upper 50s. Saturday sunny with a high again in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, right here, right now, 2 hours down, 2 to go. Great to have you with us right here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talked a great bit in hours, numbers 1 and 2 about the state crowing about early voting. Numbers, it's nice. Early voting doesn't do anything, though. It doesn't do that does nothing to get people more involved. You know, surveys have shown that. It doesn't increase to any great extent turnout. It just, as I've always said, is a candidate protection plan. Hey, vote for me early, so if, you know, some of the sleaze comes out about me, all right, too bad. You've already got those votes in there. There you go. And also, though, we are still faced with the real chance, day after tomorrow, this coming Saturday, 11/1/25, November 1st, that federal food subsidies may be cut off and stopped for at least some times for 42 million Americans and some 300,000 to 400,000 people here in Connecticut, young and old, kids as well, because of this dopey ongoing government shutdown. So I asked today to get us going here, what is your prediction? When and how will the current government shutdown end? And remember, even if everybody got together tonight and said, okay, and the Dems and the Republicans looked at each other and said, okay, let's do this right, it would only be a continuing resolution, so this would happen likely again at the end of November. So when and how will the current, not the curtain, or maybe the curtains, Freudian slip there, paging Dr. Freud, when and how will the current government shutdown end? What's your prediction? Chris Williams has been looking at some of the answers we have here. Chris, what do you have?
Alicia thinks it will be right after Election Day. Glenmo says the government can remain shut down as long as not $1 is going to illegals. And Dave thinks mid-November is when they'll open it back up.
You know, it's interesting what Alicia said. Election Day coming up on Tuesday, and now I'm starting to see that a little more, which is interesting, and I'm seeing stuff being written that, hey, part of the plan was to do this and to use this as sort of a salvo from Democrats who, frankly, are a little bit worried about the Virginia governor's race, who are a little bit worried about the narrowing gap in New Jersey between Jack Ciattarelli and Mikey Sherrill. So to whoever said that, yeah, that's now starting to gain some steam. Wouldn't it be interesting if Election Day, Tuesday into Wednesday, suddenly everybody comes together and it's time to sing all together now, Kumbaya.
You listen to WICC for your favorite talk, but you also want to know what's happening around your neighborhood. We've heard you, and now you're getting more news on the Voice of Connecticut. Live and local news updates at the top and bottom of every hour. If it's happening in and around Fairfield County, we'll let you know about it first. All day, every day, even weekends too. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now, you can get zero interest, zero payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
It sounds like
it goes
it's like a whistle?
No matter what noise your car is making, call Fairfield Moto Works 203-333-1800. Specializing in Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and domestics, it's honest, reliable repairs at low prices. For the mechanic you can trust, call Fairfield Moto Works 203-333-1800. So when your car goes ping or swoosh, call 203-333-1800. Fairfield Moto Works in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Moto Works.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Join the University of Bridgeport's School of Business on Thursday, November 6th as we host a CEO Founders Forum featuring a panel of homegrown Connecticut entrepreneurs sharing their stories. The leaders of Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine Center, Power Station Events, Tater, Baseball, and the Social Circle. Hear their journey from startup to success and everything that happened along the way. Thursday, November 6th, noon to 1 at Littlefield Theater at the Old Payer College. Event is open to everyone and is first come, first served with limited seating.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 southbound crash approaching exit 8 has things backing up towards the Commodore Hole Bridge. Lower Fairfield County 95, the northbound side up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport, the Parkway really isn't much help. Out of New Haven on 91, southbound side, you're jamming from exit 4 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross southbound, not much help. Long line of cars going through Hamden down to the tunnel. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers and wind, maybe a thunderstorm with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow, clearing by midday with a high in the upper 50s, still windy. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Let Connecticut know what's on your mind. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, Governor Ned Lamont has announced some increased donations over the past couple of days to food banks in the state here if the between 300,000 or 400,000 Connecticut folks here lose any access this weekend and for a few days at least to SNAP benefits. Is there any, I know I ask this all the time, but I'll ask it again. Is there any light at the tunnel here? Are we hearing some rumblings? Are they waiting for Election Day? CBS News correspondent Linda Kenyon, once again, one of our favorites, joins us again. Linda, good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us. Is there anything, Linda, I know I ask this all the time, is there even a smidgen of light at the end of the tunnel on this or not?
Well, I would tell you, Paul, that what I'm seeing is the level of frustration among the politicians in Washington is getting much more vocal. We had Vice President J.D. Vance invite the the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, and various aviation officials to the White House. They had a closed-door meeting today, but when they emerged, they were speaking to reporters, and they said, that aviation safety is still job number one, but this is taking a toll on air traffic controllers and on everybody who works at the airports. And the vice president made frequent use of the word hostage. He said the Democrats are holding the country hostage by refusing to open up the government. And now we didn't hear the Democratic side of that argument, obviously, but the Democrats have said that the Republicans have still refused to talk about extending expiring tax subsidies that help more than 40 million Americans pay for their health care. So, yes, both sides are dug in, but we're starting to see a little bit of wiggle room. And we do have the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, although today he sent the Senate home early, so they're not here for the next few days. But he did suggest that he was going to leave the door open to discussing talking about health care, but he also said that he doesn't really put much stock in what he calls working groups to discuss the issue. The Democrats want a working group. Sometimes they call that up on Capitol Hill a gang. You've heard the Gang of Four, the Gang of Eight, et cetera, et cetera. He says he's not a fan of gangs.
Okay. All right. Linda Kenyon, CBS News. Linda, thank you as always. Have a good weekend. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one yourself.
Thanks. Bye-bye, Linda. Yeah, not a fan of gangs here. Now, and again, this is so, oh my God, this is so annoying. And look, you folks here that have heard me talk about things in D.C. and in Hartford and in Bridgeport and New Haven, a lot of times I sit here and I say, all right, it's all performative theater. It's all kabuki theater, and you laugh. And we've heard William Tong talk about it. In fact, Chris, do you have, I'm sorry to do this on the fly here, do you have that that Bob Duff piece of sound from Mr. Duff? I should have asked you for this earlier. There was a Bob Duff piece of sound. Mr. Duff of Norwalk, the one of the Senate Democratic leaders, saying that, joining the chorus along with Rosa DeLauro, saying that the president wants to, they're using the word starve people. I mean, come on. Just give me the high sign when you have that ready, because I just want to set that up. Use that, Mr. Duff, to set that up with, I think, a good bite that kind of juxtaposes this whole thing into where we are now, into where the lunacy is that we are all settled in. So this is, I got to play this first. Bob Duff, one of the Senate Democratic leaders of Norwalk, I guess earlier this week, maybe yesterday, I don't know where it was, with some pretty serious accusations.
Clear that this is the first time in American history that the President of the United States is willfully starving his own people. We've seen so far a shutdown that has lasted over a month, and the two record shutdowns are by the same president, that now is going to, as of Saturday, withhold food from people in our state.
All right, now, you have that, and let's juxtapose that with this. Here is, as opposed to Mr. Duff, here is Jake Tapper, hardly a right-winger, from CNN. I think this was on Sunday. He was with a woman, a Democratic member of Congress. I don't have her name right here, but it's not going to matter because as Mr. Duff talks about the president starving people, Mr. Tapper has a little bit of a different outlook on it.
Let me be clear. The administration is choosing to starve American children with money that they already have appropriated.
I'm not applauding their tactics.
By the White House.
Well,
this is a choice by the White House.
This
they
is
are
also,
choosing
Congresswoman,
to cut
this is
off
also a
food
choice
assistance.
by Senate Democrats
No,
to not
it is
vote
not.
to open the government.
There
yes,
they go.
It is.
This
I understand
Senate-
why they're doing it. They're doing it because they want Medicaid funds restored. They're doing it because they want Obamacare premiums to be extended past the end of the year. I understand the reasoning.
Sir, let me just be clear. The money for contingency plans is sitting there. That is why the states are suing. The White House is withholding funds from
2 to 3
children
weeks worth
to
of
have
SNAP funds.
food.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it may not be a big deal to you, but let me
It is
tell
a big
you
deal
that
to
for
me.
the grandparents, for grandparents
a big deal to
that
me.
literally are feeding their children,
My point
to
is that
not
it's a
have
short-term
money
solution.
in those accounts.
It's a
doesn't
short-term-
matter. At the end of the day, people need to be able to feed their families, and Saturday is when those funds
If you
run
feel
out,
so
and
strongly,
we are fighting
Here it is.
to get
Here it
that
comes.
funding.
The Senate Democrats from New Mexico to vote to open the government so that the SNAP funds...
Sir, I am here in the House of Representatives. It is shut down. I am fighting to get the government reopened. I am fighting to get funding put back into SNAP that is already existent, and I am fighting for the American people. I am here.
There you go. How bad is it? And again, I'm just saying this for you folks out there who may be on the other side of the aisle. How bad is it that you've got Jake Tapper, who is hardly a right-winger, working for CNN? See, this is why I think a lot of the Democrats are dug in here. Because you've got Jake Tapper here calling this woman out saying, well, wait a minute. It's your side that's causing this. Wow. Jeez. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Man, oh, man. Jake Tapper coming off the top rope here. And he says, yeah, I know why you're doing it, but if you're so concerned, open the government and then argue over these Obamacare subsidies. Yikes. I think they'll do something after the election day. I think. Because they need a win. They have no wins against Trump. He just went ahead and did the White House ballroom. He's blowing drug dealers out of the water. He's signing trade deals with South Korea and China, it looks like. Stock market's doing good. And the other side is, 3-card Monte games on the corner here. I don't know. You tell me. Oh, look who's here. I know you must love this. Jose in Shelton. Jose, how are you?
Hey, how you doing, Mr. Paul Pasilli?
Yeah.
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 You still think the Democrats are shutting the government down?
Hey, that's not me saying it. They're saying it on all the networks, too. That's not just me. Not me.
I think, Paul, you drank the Kool-Aid and there's no going back.
You think so, huh?
Who do you think's going to 42 million Americans, no food Saturday?
Yeah.
That money's been appropriated. It's the law. I'm going to say it again slowly for you, Paul.
Yeah.
You don't understand laws.
Okay.
The SNAP program money has been approved by Congress.
Yeah.
Did I say that slow enough?
So why don't Chris Murphy and the other Democrats?
Who's running the country, Paul?
Why don't Chris Murphy and the Democrats, if they're so concerned about people eating, all they got to do is open up the government, and then you argue over the SNAP benefits, over the Obamacare benefits.
The government, Paul.
Yeah. That's right. They don't. That's right. They don't.
Executive branch.
That's right.
Don't talk over me when I talk.
That's right.
The executive branch.
Exactly. Now you get it.
Has no power, Paul.
Yeah.
Paul.
What?
Murphy and Schumer
yes, he
have
does.
no power.
Yes, they do.
None.
Yes, they do. All they need to do is vote to reopen the government. What they got?
You know what they have right now, Paul?
What?
Zero power.
Yeah, they got OGOTs, as my people like to say, but no.
House, the Senate, the court, the executive, the judicial.
Well, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Why are there three Democrats consistently voting with Republicans to reopen the government? How come there's only 3 Democrats? Yeah.
Oh, forget the label.
Yeah.
We don't. The Democrats have no power at all.
Forget the label. Oh, let me get out my violin.
Do you understand what I just said, Paul?
Yeah.
I'm going to say it slowly for you.
Yeah.
The Democrats
no, they do have
no
the power. Jose, they do have the power. All they need they need to do is to get 6 Democrats to end the cloture motion. And guess what, Jose? The government reopens. It's not hard.
Paul,
it's not hard.
Reopens.
Jose, have a nice day. Oofa. Can I get to law? Is it too late for law school?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Route 8 southbound, crash approaching exit 8 has things backing up towards the Commodore Hall Bridge. Lower Fairfield County 95, the northbound side up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport, the Parkway really isn't much help. Out of New Haven on 91, southbound side, you're jamming from exit 4 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross southbound, not much help. Long line of cars going through Hamden down to the tunnel. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers and a thunderstorm this evening and overnight. Windy with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Clearing by midday. Still on the windy side with a high in the upper 50s. Saturday sunny with a high again in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Bumped your bumper? Kissed a curb? With Sono Collision, your car will be back to top notch in no time. Because we don't just repair, we care. Visit sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff from Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, and I'd love for you to join me November 6th at UConn Stanford for the Reputation Made event. Discover how shifting news cycles, influencers, and the demand for authenticity are reshaping how brands and leaders earn attention today. You'll hear from inspiring business leaders like Stu Leonard Jr., meet one-on-one with state leaders, and connect with some of the brightest minds in our state. Get your tickets now at connecticut-made.com. Join us and be part of what gets made.
Get ready to tackle your hunger with Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food meets football. Catch the NFL games of the week every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast because even your appetite deserves a touchdown.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose Mobile Service Plus at Maritime, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at MaritimeChevy.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Experience the range-topping, dual-motor, all-wheel drive sophistication of the Cadillac Lyriq at Cadillac of Greenwich. The Lyriq is the first American car to win the German Car of the Year and offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort. Or experience the first Lyriq V, the fastest production Cadillac ever produced. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Lyriq.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. With the government shutdown in its 30th day, Vice President J.D. Vance hosted airline representatives at the White House, with air traffic controllers going without pay and flight delays continuing.
We are happy to talk about any policy issue. We're happy to talk about health care policy. We're happy to talk about tax policy. We're happy to talk about regulatory policy, but not at the point of a gun.
Governors like Maryland's Wes Moore are moving ahead with plans to provide food aid to residents, with SNAP benefits set to stop.
What we are seeing from this federal administration is not just cruel, it's illegal. They are breaking the law to show how cruel they can be.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said today 140 illegal migrant truck drivers have been arrested in Operation Midway Blitz.
If you are here driving on our streets illegally and our highways, you are endangering our citizens and your days are numbered.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A meeting in Milford is underway now to find solutions for people with food insecurity who also rely on SNAP. The Milford Regional Chamber of Commerce is hosting a free Zoom that is now underway. It began at 4:30, featuring several local nonprofits like the Bethel Center and Purple Pantry. Everyone will discuss the scope of the problem, then come up with ways to help. You can be part of the solution to feed people or find resources if you need them. Check out the Chamber calendar of events at milfordct.com to find the Zoom link. State lawmakers debated yesterday on how to best help the over 360,000 Connecticut residents who will lose SNAP benefits this Saturday. Earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Department of Social Services Commissioner Andrea Barton-Reeves noted how drastic the situation has become.
So although every family's individual circumstance is different, I would say that on average our SNAP families and individuals really are living month to month with respect to their benefits.
Democratic officials nationwide have been pushing the federal government to release funds from an over $5 billion reserve to continue funding the project.
The Trump administration is willing to inflict a cutoff of insurance premium subsidies, cutoff of SNAP benefits. These are the prices that the Trump administration is willing to inflict on America's poorer people.
Senate Democrats, including Majority Leader Bob Duff, blamed the loss of SNAP funding squarely on President Trump.
We should all be very clear that this is the first time in American history that the President of the United States is willfully starving his own people. We've seen so far a shutdown that has lasted over a month, and the two record shutdowns are by the same president, that now is going to, as of Saturday, withhold food from people in our state.
However, Republican leaders have pushed back, calling out congressional Democrats' unwillingness to negotiate on Affordable Care Act subsidies. Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding told WTNH-TV News 8 that those negotiations should continue, but only after the shutdown has ended.
I agree that we should restore some of these subsidies. I don't want to see individuals' premiums increasing and skyrocketing at a time where we can least afford it in this country.
Multiple streets in Bridgeport have been closed due to a water main break resulting in heavy flooding. City officials say that North Washington Avenue and River Street, Knowlton Street and River Street, as well as Evergreen Street and River Street are all inaccessible. A Greenwich teenager has been arrested after allegedly issuing threats against students and staff at an adult special needs program. Douglas Alcade was charged following an incident Monday at the Community Connections program. Police say Alcade made a verbal threat that was later found to be not credible. The 18-year-old Alcade is charged with second-degree threatening. The 55-year-old New Canaan woman who was bludgeoned to death at her home this week was a Virginia native and an antiques dealer. Laura Williams died after police say her 20-year-old son, Sebastian Van Stockham, attacked her with a hammer, a knife, and his fists on Monday. Family members say she was recently making a living by selling high-end antiques from the home on Gerdes Road where she was killed. Van Stockham is charged with murder and is being held on $2 million bond. And 22 employees at Mystic Seaport Museum are losing their jobs. The layoffs announced yesterday represent about 15% of the museum's staff. Interim President and CEO Christopher Freeman said the difficult but necessary decision was made to address long-standing financial challenges. The museum remains open and scheduled seasonal programs will still be offered. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 southbound accident remains approaching exit 9. Backup starts at the Commodore Hole Bridge. Northbound side, you're crawling along as well going back to the bridge. On 95 northbound, over 90 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway isn't helping out much at all. New Haven 95 south jamming through Long Wharf. Northbound long line of cars through Milford and Orange as well. Wilbur Cross northbound, you're on the brakes going into the West Rock Tunnel. And on 84 eastbound, plenty of company through Danbury and Newtown. Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers and wind, maybe a thunderstorm with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow, clearing by midday with a high in the upper 50s, still windy. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Saying what you need to hear. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Only on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And you know what? Frankly, I've had enough of the whining. I'm looking at a debate on CNN. Oh, my God. Trump wants to test nuclear weapons again. Well, let me ask you something. All of you people out there, you know who you are. Let me ask you something. I'm just, my head's exploding here. Well, we have to. What do we do about Vladimir Putin? Oh, it's Trump's buddy. So you can't have it both ways. You cannot have it both ways. Here is a guy, and Trump has tried a little schmoozing, a little meeting. Here is a guy who clearly has no intention of stopping his attacks on Ukraine. None. He does them 2 or 3 times a week. You see them especially on the weekend when he knows he can get the most media coverage out of it. He rolls out, I guess there was video of a couple of new Russian weapons last week, and one said to be nuclear powered, one said to have a nuclear tip capability, and again, this is the bad guy everybody wants stopped. Oh, Trump's got to do more. All right, Bright Eyes, what is it? What do you want him to do? You want him to bomb Russian forces? I am sick and tired of these armchair foreign policy quarterbacks who everything is Trump's fault. Well, you know, he's buddies with Putin. What the hell do you want Trump to do? He's dealing with the leader of Russia. Trump is telling Europe, for God's sake, stop buying Russian oil and natural gas. You're paying for the war. Everybody, oh my God, I'm looking at it right now. Trump orders nuclear testing on an equal basis with other nations, including China and Russia. You know what? Absolutely. You people can't be serious. You get mad that Trump tries to schmooze Putin, yet what do you want to do? You want to rub the guy's back? You want to rub his feet? What do you think the guy understands? Boy, Joe Biden did a hell of a job against Putin, didn't he? Oh, my God. At least say, hey, maybe you got to meet the guy with force. This guy is an old Soviet-era KGB operative. Well, you know, the world thinks Trump's crazy. Good. I hope they think that. They thought that about Reagan. Reagan loved it, he said. I read a couple of books. He actually told one of his domestic policy people, the next time you meet with a Russian person, one of your contacts, tell him you think I'm crazy, too. My God, Trump can't win on this. He's either too soft or he's too hard. All right, what? Chris Murphy, Jim Himes, Dick Blumenthal, I'm ready for your ideas. Approach us, people, with your years of foreign policy experience. Reminds me of the day of Chris Dodd kissing the ass of every Central American dictator out there. Oh, my God, we're going to test nuclear weapons. Who cares? Maybe it'll get Vlad's attention. Oh, my God, the daily outrage. Trump orders new American nuclear testing. Good. The same thing with blowing up these drug boats. I have an idea. If you don't want your boats blown up, like I said, identify who they are. Tell the U.S. military. Open an official channel from Venezuela to the U.S. saying, hey, these boats are fishing boats and here's the proof. We haven't really heard that, have we? Have we? No. No, we haven't. And Jim Himes is out there this week going, oh, you know, those may not be fishing boats. Those may not be drug boats. Well, okay, they may not be, but certainly looks like they are. I'll tell you, you folks, back off on the drug boat thing. 71% of people like this. And again, there are ways to make sure legitimate fishing boats and others, tourist boats, whatever, don't get blown up like, geez, I don't know, contacting our military, contacting the Pentagon, staying out of the lanes that are, you know, used to ship drugs. A lot of people, whether you like the guy or not, they don't like the White House suddenly having a little sack again. You know what I mean? Eric in Fairfield's with us. Eric, how are you, sir?
Hey, Paul. Not the topic I wanted to call on, but really quick before I jump in.
Yeah.
If 70% of Americans are in favor of blowing up these boats, then the Democrats once again find themselves on the 80-20 rule. That's their position on most things.
And here's the thing, Eric. Here's the thing. I'll bet you just about every Democratic legislator, including Jim Himes, they've seen or heard the intel. They know what these boats are. But are they good? Can they really agree with the White House? Of course they can't. Come on.
No, and Jim Himes lost all credibility with me when he was on Air Force One about 3 months before Biden dropped out of the race and, claimed that he was cognitively present. But I digress. The reason for my call, Trump has brokered how many peace deals across how many nations and is on the precipice of doing it again in Ukraine. He doesn't like war. He doesn't like people dying. He thinks it'll gum up the economy. It will start to create stagnation. So he's economically driven above and beyond most other things. So he's already proven he doesn't like war. To talk forceful and put these decrees out there. In my opinion, it is somewhat posturing. It's a chess match.
Of course it is.
Checkers here.
Of course it is. Of course it. Especially, Eric, dealing with a guy like Vladimir Putin. I mean, my God, this is a guy who opines for the old Soviet Union. What does that tell you?
Exactly. And so for Trump, I understand that no matter what he does, and I think TDS is actually going to be a diagnosed syndrome. I really do. At some point, it'll show up in a medical journal, Paul, mark my words. But at what point actions speak louder than words? He's done more to create peace than any president in our generation. He doesn't want war. So if he's doing this, it's probably a way to avoid conflict and show force for others to stand down or think twice. Come on.
Yeah, and Eric, thank you. I appreciate the call. And here's my point. To anybody who disagrees with him, fine. Dissent is a key aspect of our democracy. I get it. All right. Then let me hear the other ways that any Trump critics would deal with Vladimir Putin. Go ahead. Tell me.
Introducing Cakes by Sonia, a scratch-made bakery in Stratford. Let owner and head baker Sonia turn your vision into a delicious, beautiful custom cake. Specializing in wedding, birthday, and anniversary cakes, a Cake by Sonia is like no other. Follow Cakes by Sonia on Instagram or come into the bakery at 2067 Barnum Ave in Stratford. For an amazing cake for your next event, it's Cakes by Sonia. 203-276-8880.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Wall Street was heavy with headlines today that weighed on the market, particularly what were deemed to be disappointing results from both Meta and Microsoft, pushing the Nasdaq down 1.5%, the S&P even more. The Dow had rallied in the morning but couldn't hold its gains by the end of the day. Concerns that the Fed won't cut rates in December also was a bit of a negative for the market today. The Dow lost nearly 110 points to 47,522. That's only a quarter-point decline. S&P down about 1%, though, 68.25 points to 68.22, and the Nasdaq tumbling 377 points or 1.5% to 23,581. 10-year note yields up a little bit to 4.09%. The dollar firmed against key foreign currencies as the trade truce between the U.S. and China was announced by President Trump early this morning. Crude oil futures slipping 24 cents to $60.24. And despite higher yields and a stronger dollar, gold rebounded $36 to $4,036 the ounce. After the close, Amazon delivering much better than expected earnings, stocks up 10%.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Route 8 southbound accident remains approaching exit 9. Backup starts at the Commodore Hole Bridge. Northbound side, you're crawling along as well, going back to the bridge. On 95 northbound, over 90 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway isn't helping out much at all. New Haven 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf. Northbound, long line of cars through Milford and Orange as well. Wilbur Cross, northbound, you're on the brakes going into the West Rock Tunnel. And on 84 eastbound, plenty of company for Danbury and Newtown. Matt Krause with WICC traffic.
Showers and a thunderstorm this evening and overnight. Windy with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow, clearing by midday. Still on the windy side with a high in the upper 50s. Saturday sunny with a high again in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a man who has a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
(203-333-9422) 333 WICC. I mean, honestly. And, you know, Dick Blumenthal does it from our delegation. Jim Himes does it. Rosa DeLauro does it. Chris Murphy does it. They're all expert. They're all experts on dealing with Russia. Oh, all right, sirs and madams, what's your idea? See, that's one thing that drives me nuts. Now, I try not to, in a blanket kind of manner, dismiss people. I really don't. From both sides of the aisle, I don't care. Because if I hear a good idea, I don't care what side it comes from, whether it's blue or red, conservative or liberal, D or not. But just give me something. And this whole thing about, well, Putin obviously has stuff on Trump. All right, what's he have on him? Tell me. What does he have? Go ahead. Well, you know, Trump doesn't deal with Putin seriously. All right, maybe that's true. Maybe you think that. What's your evidence? Tell me what your evidence is. Well, you know, he could come down on him harder. How hard do you want him to come down on? See, here's what people have failed to recognize in this Russia-Ukraine thing. And I've said it since day one, and I've continued to say this. I said it since day one. There is no way on God's green, blue, or brown earth that Russia will lose an armed conflict to Ukraine. It's not going to happen. As valiant as Ukraine has fought, they're fighting the Russian military. I know, well, Russia has suffered losses too. Yeah, they have. In the end, Ukraine is, and this is not to belittle Ukraine or the Ukrainian people, the proud Ukrainian people. Listen, if you take the college football national champions and had them play not even the Super Bowl champions, a mid-level team in the NFL. Now, they used to play a college all-star game that really wasn't a fair evaluation, but you could take Alabama or Georgia or Clemson or anybody who wins a national title, Miami maybe this year, who knows, and line that team up. You're still playing the same game. You're still talking about guys and young men at 6'3", 6'4", 285, 290, 300 pounds. You line them up against a team that barely gets in the NFL playoffs. It's not going to be close. It's not. It's like people who say, boy, I bet you a college team could beat the Jets. What are you, out of your minds? Seriously, where do you buy your weed? Tell me. To me, this is the dynamic between Russia and Ukraine. Doesn't mean Ukraine's military isn't a hard-fighting military or a proud people. So all these blowhards, which is all they are, who say, well, Trump should do this and Trump should do that. Okay, go. What exactly do you want him to do? And I would say this with any president, Barack Obama, George Bush, George H.W. Bush, anybody. This drives me nuts. When everybody draws on their vast international relations and international military degrees they have from Google University. They studied hard for those, you know. And they pontificate and they flap their gums, and the blowhards go nuts about stuff that, hey, they don't care about. They're in that congressional seat for life. They're in that Senate seat for life. And, you know, we had caller earlier and other people say, well, you know, Reagan back in the... Reagan was dealing with Mikhail Andropov. Andropov ain't Putin. And Putin ain't Andropov. I'm sorry, Gorbachev. I was thinking Andropov was in there, but Mikhail Gorbachev. Come on. Any even mild comparison to the two eras is nuts. You know why? Gorbachev wanted peace. He wanted perestroika. He wanted reconstruction. You think that Putin wants the old Soviet Union back. So I'm waiting to hear what all of your wonderful ideas are going to be about that. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 southbound accident remains approaching exit 9. Backup starts at the Commodore Hole Bridge. Northbound side, you're crawling along as well going back to the bridge. On 95 northbound, over 90 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway isn't helping out much at all. New Haven 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf. Northbound, long line of cars through Milford and Orange as well. Wilbur Cross, northbound, you're on the brakes going into the West Rock Tunnel. And on 84 eastbound, plenty of company through Danbury and Newtown. Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers and wind, maybe a thunderstorm with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow, clearing by midday with a high in the upper 50s, still windy. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
CT STEM Academy has been deepening students' knowledge of STEM concepts both in school and after school since 2011.
We are proud to say they are this month's Connoisseur Cares local charity.
Every month, we'll highlight and support one of Connecticut's great charitable organizations.
CT STEM Academy aims to provide an innovative enrichment program designed for students interested in deepening their knowledge of STEM concepts. Learn how to get your student involved at ctstemacademy.org.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
back to the news and talk thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And another thing, I'm just, if it sounds like I'm venting this hour, yes, I am. The White House, the ballroom, I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less if you paid me. You know why? Because once Trump is gone, and once maybe J.D. Vance is gone, whoever, the next Democrat that is going to be in the White House, and there will be plenty more, trust me, they're going to use that ballroom too. And I'm sorry, I can't lose sleep over it. I don't care. We have much more to worry about in this country than, well, he should have went through proper channels. Maybe he should have. But again, now you have Democrats out there saying, well, they have to renounce the ballroom, or, a litmus test. Eric Swalwell, he of the Fang fame, they're saying, well, no, he's got to rename it for Barack Obama. Oh, my God. And I'm seeing picture photos out there of, this is the same party that's got AOC, Mamdani, and Bernie and Bernie Sanders. And by the way, God bless Bernie. I see him the other day. Bernie, God bless you, honestly. But can you please just put a sock in it? Oh, my God. It's so old. The act is getting so... I mean, if he wants to do it, fine. If people want to sit through that, I guess it's better than a Coldplay concert. But, oh, my God, I watched him for 30 seconds the other night. The oligarchs and the billionaire. Here's a guy who's a multi-millionaire, and he's bitching about people with money.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. On day 30 of the government shutdown, there were more flight delays with a shortage of air traffic controllers at some airports like Orlando and Washington's National. Vice President Vance met with aviation officials today.
I worry about the people who are scanning our bags and making us get through the security line. I worry they're not getting paychecks. They're starting to get worried about how to feed their families and how to pay school tuition and everything else. I worry about the pilots who haven't gotten paid in a long time. I worry about the air traffic controllers who, of course, make this entire system extra safe.
CBS's Erica Brown has the latest on the negotiations to win the shutdown.
Both Republicans and Democrats say there are some talks underway among rank-and-file senators to find a way to end the shutdown and avoid lapses in benefits for the most vulnerable Americans.
This Denver store owner's customers rely on SNAP benefits.
We can survive this month. I mean, barely. Thankfully, I'm worried about everybody else feeding their kids, feeding themselves.
President Trump returned to Washington from Asia today. He appeared to suggest on social media that the U.S. will resume testing nuclear weapons for the first time in 3 decades. CBS's Charlie Daggett reports Russia was quick to respond.
The Kremlin has come in and said, well, there has been a moratorium, an international moratorium on testing of nuclear weapons, so they're going to have to review their own nuclear testing if the United States is indeed about to start testing nuclear weapons again.
In the Middle East, Hamas has handed over the remains of 2 hostages in Gaza. Linda Gradstein reports.
Israel says the identification process could take up to 2 days. Earlier this week, Israel said that remains that Hamas handed over did not contain the body of another deceased hostage, but more of the remains of another person held captive whose body had previously been returned. Before the handover today, Hamas was holding the bodies of 13 hostages, including 2 Americans. Israel and Hamas have accused each other of repeatedly violating the ceasefire.
The cleanup continues in Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa. Airports were open today to relief flights and some commercial flights, which is good news to this stranded tourist in Montego Bay.
It was very bad. Every roof was off the house. Every roof. It didn't spare nobody. No light, no water. I want to go back to New York. I want to go home.
King Charles has stripped Prince Andrew of his remaining titles and is evicting him from his royal residence because of Andrew's relationship with the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. On Wall Street today, stocks finished lower. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State lawmakers debated yesterday on how to best help the over 360,000 Connecticut residents who will lose SNAP benefits this Saturday. Democratic officials nationwide have been pushing the federal government to release funds from an over $5 billion reserve to continue funding the project. Senate Democrats blamed the loss of SNAP funding squarely on President Trump. However, Republican leaders have pushed back, calling out congressional Democrats' unwillingness to negotiate on Affordable Care Act subsidies. The 55-year-old New Canaan woman who was bludgeoned to death at her home this week was a Virginia native and an antiques dealer. Laura Williams died after police say her 20-year-old son, Sebastian Van Stockham, attacked her with a hammer, a knife, and his fists on Monday. Family members say she was recently making a living by selling high-end antiques from the home on Gerdes Road where she was killed. Van Stockham is charged with murder and is being held on $2 million bond. A Greenwich teenager has been arrested after allegedly issuing threats against students and staff at an adult special needs program. Douglas Alcade was charged following an incident Monday at the Community Connections program. Police say Alcade made a verbal threat that was later found to be not credible. The 18-year-old Alcade is charged with second-degree threatening. And 22 employees at Mystic Seaport Museum are losing their jobs. The layoffs announced yesterday represent about 15% of the museum's staff. Interim President and CEO Christopher Freeman said the difficult but necessary decision was made to address long-standing financial challenges. The museum remains open and scheduled seasonal programs will still be offered. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Flooding and rain delays abound. Watch your speeds, please, and be careful. 95 north, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway isn't much help. New Haven, 95 north and southbound sides are slow between the Milford Connector and the 91 merge. Wilbur Cross north and southbound. You have it on both sides between the Sikorsky Bridge and exit 52 in Hampden. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton. 84 east and westbound, no exception. Got on both sides going into the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers and a thunderstorm this evening and overnight. Windy with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow, clearing by midday. Still on the windy side with a high in the upper 50s. Saturday sunny with a high again in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, talk or text. We're getting closer to Saturday, November 1st. We're a little over 24 hours away now from when thousands of folks here in Connecticut, 300 to 400,000, depending upon the numbers you hear, may lose their SNAP benefits. Of course, SNAP is the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Used to be, remember, food stamps growing up. I can't tell you the amount of food stamps I handled, late 70s and early 80s, working in my family grocery stores. I was always taught by my father, yeah, it's just like money. Some people get them to help them buy groceries. All right, fine, whatever. And I was a kid back then. I was like, whatever, Dad, okay. He's like, you collect them from people. When you get the total, you ring them up and you put them in the drawer, and we give them to the bank, and we get money back for them. All right, sounds good to me. And 42 million folks because Dick Blumenthal and Chris Murphy, and there aren't enough Senate members voting with Republicans to reopen the government. Look, and I agree with what a lot of people are saying. I'm not saying that you don't go to the mat if you're a Democrat and fight for the Affordable Care Act subsidies, because you need those. There's no way without those tax subsidies. A lot of people can't afford their health care. They can't. I'm not arguing that. Of course they can, but my God, to do this with threatening the people can't eat. And again, and you say, and by the way, do you notice how many, whether it's locally here with William Tong or Bob Duff or Martin Looney, or nationally, a couple of sound bites I had earlier, I'll have some more coming up. You notice what word is now popping up in, whether it's, again, locally here in Connecticut, in Hartford, or nationally in the Democratic responses here? Starve. So the memo went out nationally, start using the word starve. Even Rosa said it the other day, Rosa DeLauro. So it's funny that 2 or 3 weeks ago, they didn't no. There was no mention of that. Now we're at the starve level because, of course, they're losing the battle here. And part of the reason they're losing the battle here on this, at least the messaging battle, which even some Democrats now are admitting, I'm reading some stuff in the Hill here, and of course they're saying this off the record, but the part is, this is not 1980 anymore. In other words, you get stuff almost in real time now. Back when we were growing up, 60s, 70s, and 80s, you had no idea how people voted on this. You had to wait for it. Remember this? The congressional record. You had to get it at the library. Remember that? And it would come in 2 weeks later, and you're checking a vote on a bill 3 weeks ago. Boy, is that rearing its head now. Talk about stuff in real time. Jerry in Stratford's here. Jerry, how are you? Thanks for hanging on. What's up?
Hey, Paul, I was calling as a follow-up to yesterday's discussion about Mondami and his voters.
Yeah.
And two points. And the first is the 10th commandment, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's goods.
Mm-hmm.
Well, while it might be the last commandment, it's still a commandment and therefore morally binding upon Christians and Jew alike.
Yeah.
So when I hear people basically politicians advocating to citizens to go out and to demand that somebody else's life be made harder so your life can be made easier.
Like they've committed a crime. Like they've committed like somehow, Jerry, it's a crime because they were successful. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't get it.
Because we always talk about the haves and the have-nots, but we should talk about the dids and the did-nots.
Thank you.
And the other point is that you had highlighted the word affordability, and Mondami is very disciplined.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Unless you saw the video of him screaming at Tom Holman, where he looked undisciplined and unhinged.
Yeah.
But in terms of affordability, one of the key things that's driving housing unaffordability is 20 million new people coming into the country over the last 4 years, needing housing, and many of them, for at least for a period of time, the government was paying for the housing.
Yep.
And so you had this surge in demand without any offsetting increase in supply.
Mm-hmm.
And many of those folks wanted to go to New York, and they did.
Sure.
So New Yorkers all across the country, people are talking about the affordability of housing.
Yeah.
And so maybe Biden's immigration policy, which Mondami supports because he opposes any attempt to enforce immigration law, contributed to the affordability.
You think?
So these people, they're voting for someone with no record of running anything, and as someone who supports the policies that made housing unaffordable to begin with.
Absolutely.
Over the last 4 years.
Absolutely. Jerry, thank you. I do have to run, but you're right. I mean, folks, listen, and if people want to vote for Mamdani, that's fine. It's mind-boggling. He's never run anything. I think he's a lawyer. I'm not even sure he's that. He was a New York State assemblyman. Good for him. That's no small effort to get elected. In fact, and he had one of the worst attendance records in Albany. How do you do that when that's your job? But again, as Jerry said, and as I warn you folks, as he's probably going to win, the only thing that could derail him is they're seeing a huge influx of early voting from 60-plus New Yorkers. And that may be a blowback to say, hey, we don't love Cuomo, but. So we'll see. But, here's a guy. Boy, I tell you, folks, you watch him. He's slick, he smiles, and he stays on message.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show. The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams. And Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Plants can make a dramatic difference in the basic design of your interior decor, whether in an office, lobby, public area, or restaurant. And Greenleaf's Interior Landscaping is the area's foremost interior plantscaping expert, servicing customers throughout Connecticut and Westchester County for 30 years. After an initial no-cost consultation by their certified horticulturalist, Greenleaves will work with you to select lush green plants to complement the interior design and environment of your space. And there's a payment plan to suit all budgets, from small professional offices to public facilities to world corporate headquarters. After installing your plants, Greenleaves will schedule a maintenance program to keep your plants healthy. If necessary, plants will automatically be replaced. It's the Greenleaves Guarantee. For your no-obligation consultation, call 1-800-201-5892, 1-800-201-5892, or visit their website at greenleavesinterior.com.
I'm Connecticut's Secretary of the State, Stephanie Thomas. If you plan to vote by absentee ballot this year, knowing the law keeps our elections secure, and it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, fill out your application. 2, return it to your town clerk. 3, after you vote, return your ballot in person, by mail, or in an official drop box. And if you can't return it yourself, only immediate family members can return it for you, along with some specially authorized designees. Learn more at myvote.ct.gov.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Flooding and rain delays abound. Watch your speeds, please, and be careful. 95 north, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway isn't much help. New Haven, 95 north and southbound sides. You're slow between the Milford Connector and the 91 merge. Wilbur Cross, north and southbound. You have it on both sides between the Sikorsky Bridge and exit 52 in Hampton. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton. 84 east and westbound, no exception. Got on both sides going into the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers and wind, maybe a thunderstorm with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow, clearing by midday with a high in the upper 50s, still windy. Saturday, sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back and live on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we're counting down the hours. A little over a day now remaining until maybe SNAP benefits, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program benefits, dry up here in Connecticut, maybe around the country. You and I probably knew them growing up as food stamps. Like I said, I handle them all the time in my father's store. You just treat them as money, just the way people use an EBT card today. Now, our Attorney General, Mr. William Tong, has joined a lawsuit with other attorneys general saying, hey, wait a minute. There is this Administrative Procedures Act that would allow the president, Mr. Trump or anybody else, to basically bypass Congress on this and release some emergency funding for at least a week or a few days to hash this out. Now, our buddy Thane Rosenbaum from CBS basically said yesterday, not really. Let's check in with another one of our legal eagles, Landmark Legal Foundation VP of Legal Affairs, Mike O'Neill, on that. See what he thinks. Hey, Mike, it's Paul. How are you?
Hey, good, Paul. How are you doing?
Not too bad, Mike. Thanks for joining us. Sure, I've had one person on who said, this Administrative Procedures Act is kind of not meant for a situation like this. But are there different interpretations of this, Mike? Now, I was told yesterday this is kind of for national disasters and emergencies.
Exactly. Well, it depends on the judge you're in front of. Let's put it that way. That's going to be the lawyer answer for you. I agree with your probably the assessment that was provided yesterday. I agree from an interpretive standpoint from my position regarding the proper role of judges, Article 3 judges, and under the and certainly the statute. I would argue that the statute was never intended to be used in such a manner. Now, again, what we're talking about here is about $6 billion that's in an emergency fund sitting there in these black swan events. If there's a national emergency and Congress isn't able to appropriate these funds, natural disasters, something out of the ordinary here. Never intended, of course, to be in situations where Congress has just failed to appropriate the money. So I certainly think that the argument is that was posited yesterday is correct from a legal standpoint. Now, here's the rub.
Yeah.
What judge are you arguing this in front of? Let's talk about that.
Yes, counselor. Yes, counselor. What's the rub? Tell me.
Right. The rub is this. The judge you're arguing it in front of, and the judge is this. This is the same. This is a judge, of course, in Massachusetts, a district court judge. This is the same judge who concluded a couple months ago that the defunding of Planned Parenthood, remember in the big, beautiful bill, that constituted an unlawful bill of attainder where she ordered, again, she was well outside of her Article 3 authority, but she ordered the Department of Health and Human Services to restore funding when Congress had legislatively defunded it. So you saw her willingness to act aggressively and assert her authority. I think, again, my argument is well beyond any of her Article 3 authority. Now, again, here's some more news. There was a hearing held today where she telegraphed that she certainly believed that this constituted an emergency, and she was going to be in a position to issue an order directing Department of Agriculture to release these funds as soon as she can. So the hearing certainly went in the favor of your Attorney General and the other Attorney Generals. Incidentally, I think it bears really noting the importance here of really who the bad actors are in this particular case, who is culpable, and that's Senate Democrats. Right? This situation can be solved regarding SNAP benefits, regarding these billions of dollars that aren't going to be available for people as of November 1st. This can be cleared up by simply having seven Senate Democrats pass a clean continuing resolution like they've done 13 times in the past. But really what's being held up here is these Senate Democrats aren't passing a clean CR to ensure that the continued operation of SNAP benefits. And again, one last point is we're just talking about $6 billion, maybe a couple weeks. This is just simply a Band-Aid.
So Mike O'Neill, and the guest, of course, one of our regulars, stepping in as he usually does, thanking him, Mike O'Neill, Landmark Legal Foundation. So basically, Mike, if I'm understanding you, and if my listeners should understand you, it all depends if this judge in Massachusetts considers, despite all the political bitching and moaning going on, considers people not being able to eat, whether it's an act of Congress or not, to be a national emergency. Is that what this comes down to?
Yeah, I think, but the question is whether it's a justiciable issue. There's a lot of things before that. Whether she even has this authority to do this under and again, you were talking about when you were mentioning the APA and whether the APA empowers her to grant this sort of authority. Again, I don't think she has. This is a non-justiciable issue. This is a political issue. This is an issue that needs to be hashed out. But if the AGs want to do something, how about the AGs or the governors pressure the senators in their blue states to vote for the continuing resolution? That's the political solution for this. But certainly, talking about $6 billion that would ostensibly be freed up. The precedent here, again, is going back into a judge kind of overruling what is stepping into the political realms. This is a political decision that needs to be solved in the political realms, and Congress can do their job. Again, Democrats in Congress should do their job and pass a continuing resolution to ensure that these benefits don't run out. They shouldn't try to find this escape clause here through this limited emergency fund.
All right, Mike O'Neill, check him out at the Landmark Legal Foundation. Mike, as always, on short notice here, we appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
No problem, Paul.
All right, thanks. Bye-bye. Yep, bye-bye.
Talk to you soon.
Yep. There you go. So essentially, folks, Mike O'Neill today from the Landmark Legal Foundation, and Thane Rosenbaum, our friend from CBS News yesterday, saying, this is kind of a weak argument here that you could do this under the Administrative Procedures Act. So there you go. What do you think? You tell me. By the way, our question of the day is up here. When does this end? How does it end? I'm starting to believe more and more. Somebody who wrote in here, watch what happens after election, maybe even on Election Day itself. Maybe. You don't know. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Again, a couple of my favorite sound bites here. One of them, do one now, one after the news. I tell you, when Jake Tapper on CNN is dropping the hammer on Democrats, wow. Democratic Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury of the great state of Georgia wrestling with Jake Tapper here.
Let me be clear. The administration is choosing to starve American children with money that they already have appropriated.
I'm not applauding their
by
tactics.
The White House.
Well,
this is a choice by the White House.
This
they
is
are
also,
choosing
Congresswoman,
to cut
this is
off
also a
food
choice
assistance.
by Senate Democrats
No,
to not
it is
vote to
not.
open the government. Yes, it is. I understand why they're doing it. They're doing it because they want Medicaid funds restored. They're doing it because they want Obamacare premiums to be extended past the end of the year. I understand the reasoning.
Sir, let me just be clear. The money for contingency plans is sitting there. That is why the states are suing. The White House is withholding funds from
2 to 3
children
weeks worth
to
of
have
SNAP funds.
food.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it may not be a big deal to you, but let me
It is
tell
a
you
big
that
deal to
for
me.
the grandparents, for grandparents
is a big deal
that
to me.
literally are feeding their children,
My point
to
is that
not
it's a
have
short-term
money
solution.
in those accounts.
It's
it
a
doesn't
short-term-
matter. At the end of the day, people need to be able to feed their families, and Saturday is when those funds
If you
run
feel
out,
so
and we are
strongly,
fighting
Congresswoman,
to get
why
that
not
funding.
ask the Senate Democrats from New Mexico to vote to open the government so that the SNAP funds...
Sir, I am here in the House of Representatives.
You
It is
are.
shut down. I am fighting to get the government reopened. I am fighting to get funding put back into SNAP that is already existent, and I am fighting for the American people. I am here.
And you're not going to answer Jake Tapper's question. Traffic and weather together right here. Wet roads on the way home on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Flooding and rain delays abound. Watch your speeds, please, and be careful. 95 north, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway isn't much help. New Haven, 95 north and southbound sides are slow between the Milford Connector and the 91 merge. Wilbur Cross north and southbound. You have it on both sides between the Sikorsky Bridge and exit 52 in Camden. Route 8 northbound. You're on the brakes through Shelton. 84 east and westbound. No exception. Got on both sides going into the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers and a thunderstorm this evening and overnight. Windy with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow. Clearing by midday. Still on the windy side with a high in the upper 50s. Saturday sunny with a high again in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The government shutdown is in its 30th day, and the pause in SNAP benefits is quickly approaching. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
Republicans are willing to starve hungry children in this country and take away SNAP benefits starting on November 1st so they can pressure Democrats into gutting the health care of the American people.
CBS's Erica Brown.
Colorado is one of more than 24 states suing the Trump administration to use emergency funds authorized by Congress to keep the SNAP program running during the government shutdown.
SNAP is used by 1 in 8 Americans to buy groceries. This would be the first suspension in the program's history. In Britain, King Charles is stripping his younger brother Andrew of his royal titles and his residence because of Andrew's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. On Wall Street today, stocks finish lower. CBS News Brief. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Bridgeport City Attorney Taisha Toms is discouraging members of the City Council from passing a resolution that targets members of the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement Agency, commonly known as ICE. In an email sent to council members as well as Mayor Joe Ganim, Toms said that while the decision ultimately rests with the City Council, she wanted to encourage them to consider alternate ways to participate in the resistance without exposing the city to any consequences. Councilor Jorge Cruz, who is the chief sponsor of the resolution, said that he was disappointed in Toms's email and said Bridgeport government officials shouldn't be afraid to stand up to President Donald Trump and his policies. The vote on the resolution is scheduled for this coming Monday. Multiple streets in Bridgeport have been closed due to a water main break, resulting in heavy flooding. City officials say that North Washington Avenue and River Street, Knowlton Street and River Street, as well as Evergreen Street and River Street are all inaccessible. Norm Pattis, the attorney for former Deputy Budget Director Costa Diamantis, who was recently convicted of 21 counts of extortion and bribery, has filed a motion for a post-trial hearing. The motion claims that the jury foreman's conduct with the media raises questions about jury misconduct. Pattis claims that the foreman, Nakong Tan Kang, had prior knowledge of Diamantis that affected the jury's decision. Tan Kang had spoken with WFSB Channel 3 following the verdict.
He's also a public official. He's a government official, and he's held at a higher standard than most individuals. And so I do think a person's character, how they carried themselves, just wasn't credible enough for me.
Pattis told Channel 3 that his client faces a lengthy prison sentence if the verdict is not appealed.
Mr. Diamantis is facing a catastrophic sentence. He'll be lucky to get out of this with less than 10 to 12 years.
State lawmakers debated yesterday on how to best help the over 360,000 Connecticut residents who will lose SNAP benefits this Saturday. Earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Department of Social Services Commissioner Andrea Barton-Reeves noted how drastic the situation has become.
So although every family's individual circumstance is different, I would say that on average our SNAP families and individuals really are living month to month with respect to their benefits.
Democratic officials nationwide have been pushing the federal government to release funds from an over $5 billion reserve to continue funding the project.
Trump administration is willing to inflict a cutoff of insurance premium subsidies, cutoff of SNAP benefits. These are the prices that the Trump administration is willing to inflict on America's poorer people.
Senate Democrats, including Majority Leader Bob Duff, blamed the loss of SNAP funding squarely on President Trump.
We should all be very clear that this is the first time in American history that the President of the United States is willfully starving his own people. We've seen so far a shutdown that has lasted over a month, and the two record shutdowns are by the same president, that now is going to, as of Saturday, withhold food from people in our state.
However, Republican leaders have pushed back, calling out congressional Democrats' unwillingness to negotiate on Affordable Care Act subsidies. Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding told WTNH-TV News 8 that those negotiations should continue, but only after the shutdown has ended.
I agree that we should restore some level of these subsidies. I don't want to see individuals' premiums increasing and skyrocketing at a time where we can least afford in this country.
A meeting in Milford took place this afternoon to find solutions for people with food insecurity who also rely on SNAP. The Milford Regional Chamber of Commerce hosted a free Zoom forum featuring several local nonprofits like the Bethel Center and Purple Pantry. Everyone discussed the scope of the problem, then came up with ways to help. And many Connecticut organizations are doing their part to help until SNAP benefits have been restored. There are several companies, restaurants, and businesses in the state trying to step up in the face of SNAP's removal. Jason Jakubowski from Connecticut Food Share spoke about the generosity he's seen statewide.
I mean, the great thing here in Connecticut is that, you know, in these times of crisis, people always step up to the plate. The people of Connecticut always step up. They helped. They saved us during COVID. Hopefully they're going to save us now over these next couple of weeks.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Reports of ponding and flooding down trees and down power lines, especially on the secondary roads, so watch your speeds out there, please. Parkway northbound accident between exit 30 and exit 32, and Route 8 northbound an accident between exits 9 and 11. Left lane is out on 95 north. Over an hour and 20 from Greenwich to Bridgeport right now, and New Haven 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross right now was no help, and 84 east and westbound you have it on both sides into the Super 7. I'm Mitch Kress with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers and wind, maybe a thunderstorm with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow, clearing by midday with a high in the upper 50s, still windy. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, great to have you with us. We appreciate it. Careful on the roads tonight, as Paul Piorek has been telling us. A little more heavy rain coming up. And, of course, Andrew Krause watching all the stuff on the traffic scene for us. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. By the way, what did you hear at the bottom of the hour there, if you were listening closely, and I know this audience does, astutely, with your ears perked? What word did Hakeem Jeffries use? Starve. What word did we hear Bob Duff use earlier today on that soundbite that Christian and John had in the newscast earlier today? Starve. What word did we hear Rosa DeLauro use a couple of days ago? Starve. So, again, this is an interesting example here. This whole shutdown thing, this whole kind of loss of possible SNAP benefits, both here in Connecticut and nationally, of how language is used in segments here, right? You didn't hear the Dems using the word starve earlier. Now you are. You heard Rosa say it the other day. You heard Hakeem Jeffries say it today. You heard Bob Dove say it the other day. And Republicans do it too. I mean, that's, both sides do it here. But the other thing here in this thing that, again, is just fascinated me, that has just, to some way, shape, and form, just fascinated, say it, blah, 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 has fascinated me, is the way that members of the media here, right, have been, wrestling literally with members of the White House to the point where, and I think I have this up here right now. Did you hear this on Sunday? It's still making the rounds. Kristen Welker on NBC, Meet the Press, he literally starts yelling. I shouldn't laugh here, but literally starts yelling at Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary. And to Scott Bessent's credit, he remained calm and gave her a calm answer, granted the position of the administration. But you could hear in the end, Kristen Welker was not happy that he was sticking to his guns here.
Now in the second longest shutdown in U.S. history, when will President Trump meet with Democrats to try to bring this shutdown to a close and get federal workers their paychecks back again, Mr. Secretary?
Well, Kristen, I'm going to have to reject the premise of your question. Why did President Trump have to meet with Democrats? Democrats just need to go into the Senate and vote to end the shutdown.
But President Trump has said in the past, it's up to the president. He's the president. No, he said that in the past. He said you have to be a leader. The president has to lead. You have to get people into a room. You have to get a deal. When's he going to do that?
Ooh, she's not happy.
Well, he is leading, and there's no deal to do with Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer is trading off his polls. What's different than when he passed a clean CR in the spring? It's his polls. The whole country's being held captive to AOC's polls. But let's look at the numbers. It's 52-3. 52 Republicans have voted, I believe it's 11 times, to reopen the government. 3 Democrats have. And right here, right now, I would urge moderate Democratic senators to come across the aisle, reopen the government, because I'll tell you, we're starting to eat into muscle here. This is starting to affect travel. It's starting to affect the economy. And, this is quixotic. I don't know what the purpose is. I'm not sure they do.
Did you hear in the end? Yeah. Okay. All right. God bless Scott Bessent. He's sitting here getting lectured by somebody on NBC. I mean, my God, the crack up here by people in my business. I mean, man, did you hear? I don't know whether to laugh or cry here. Here's somebody who's the host of Meet the Press yelling at a cabinet secretary. Come on, Kristen. What do they say now? What do all the youngsters say? We got to do better. Yes. We need to lower the temperature.
Hi, this is Rich Smith, candidate for mayor of Milford. For more than a decade, Mayor Ben Blake and I worked hard to keep your taxes low while delivering city services you could count on. But Mayor Giannatasio has raised your taxes over 9% these past 2 years, double the rate of inflation. Let's get back to responsible leadership that puts taxpayers first. I approve this ad because I believe you deserve lower taxes and a stronger Milford. And that's why I'm asking for your vote.
Paid for by Rich Smith for Milford. Approved by Rich Smith.
Legends of Fear, now open for our 29th year of haunting. Ride our haunted hayride or walk the Hallow Trail and visit Melnhead Revenge. Enjoy up to 90 minutes of terror at our farm. Real farm, real woods, real fear. Legends of Fear is the best in outdoor haunting. Buy your tickets now at legendsoffear.com, a nationally ranked top haunt. Bring your family for an exciting night of outdoor adventure. Visit legendsoffear.com. That's legendsoffear.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Stacy, are you wearing yoga pants to go shopping?
Oh, we're not going out shopping. We're staying in with JTV.
I love jewelry television. Their pearls, their lab-grown diamond jewelry.
Oh, hello. What about their Italian gold and moissanite fire?
Okay, but what about the guys on my holiday list?
Relax. JTV has gifts galore, even for men, like watches and sunglasses.
Watch JTV live and on streaming or shop JTV.com for amazing holiday deals.
Ready to shop?
Yes, but can I borrow a pair of sweats?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Reports of ponting and flooding down trees, down power lines, especially on the secondary roads, so watch your speeds out there, please. Parkway northbound accident between exit 30 and exit 32, and Route 8 northbound an accident between exits 9 and 11. Left lane is out on 95 north. Over an hour and 20 from Greenwich to Bridgeport right now, and New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Longworth into West Haven. Wilbur Cross right now is no help, and 84 east and westbound, you have it on both sides into the Super 7. I'm Mitch Kress with WICC Traffic.
Showers and a thunderstorm this evening and overnight. Windy with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow, clearing by midday. Still on the windy side with a high in the upper 50s. Saturday sunny with a high again in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a man, a microphone, and a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Me, the microphone, and my thoughts. Now, I used to have the me, the microphone, and my thoughts, and the voices in my head, but those we got. I up the volume, and the voices are less. Now, I'm kidding. It's a joke, although I do have some volume on me, Little vertigo from time to time, not good. Anyway, it comes from something else, but I'm feeling much better. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. How about that last clip I played, huh? Kristen Welker yelling at a cabinet secretary, "Where's the president?" Oh, my God. Oh. And Jake Tapper telling Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury from Georgia, hey, he was very delicately telling her, "Don't BS me here. All right, we know what's going on here." And Tapper's right. It doesn't mean that the Dems can't do that, but just admit what's going on. All right, John in Stratford. Hey, John, how are you?
Hey, good, Paul. How are you today?
I'm good, John.
Like crazy out here.
I'm good, yeah.
So I was listening to the news, I just jumped on, and the word that jumped out at me was by the city attorney writing a letter mentioning the word resistance.
Yes.
And it was, I can't believe they actually used that word. It was, I don't know, it's kind of stood out to me. We have the open borders for the past 4 years that everyone kind of ignored.
Yeah.
And now we have all the people that came across, and they're all in the sanctuary cities, and they're all, rising, driving up the costs of everything because of the expense of the health care and housing and food and everything else. So, I mean, I thought it wasn't a problem. Apparently, somehow 7 million people came into our country or more over the past 4 years, and nobody even mentioned that there was a problem every time except Fox News.
Hey, John, do you know who came out the other day? You're not going to believe this, and I thought it was AI, and I thought it was a goof, and it wasn't. Did you see who came out the other day, John, and said Biden screwed up the border and Trump got it right? Did you see who came out and said that the other day?
No, I missed it.
Bernie Sanders. Can you believe that? Bernie Sanders. Can you believe that, John? Bernie Sanders. Using a lot of your own arguments, too, about depressing wages, eating into the housing stock. Bernie freaking Sanders. How about that? Now, John, they all see it, right? Where were they for 4 years? I guess we lost John there. There we go. All right. John, thank you. Appreciate it. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Chris, could you release John's line there? It looks like I think my board here is frozen, I believe. Chris, everything look good on your side there? Everything all right? On your side? No, not. Okay. So, folks, I don't know. It seems like our phones is it a weather thing? I don't know. Maybe, I'm not sure. All right, 203. Why am I giving the phone number out when the phones don't work? I don't know. The phones may work. Give it a shot. You let us know. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Let's go to the text here. Hi, Paul. I have to say, Paul, as usual, you are so correct on the CR, SNAP benefits, and Russia and Putin. I would not take, a certain person's calls anymore. Don't worry. Don't worry about who calls here, folks. It's all entertainment. It is. But thank you for the kind words. Thank you and in case you're just joining us before, this refers to something I just asked. Look, I'm no national affairs expert. I have people on to talk about this. But everybody on CNN and on MSNBC and other outlets say, oh, my God, Trump is going to start nuclear tests. Who cares? You had Putin over the weekend saying, well, I have a new nuclear-tipped, nuclear-powered missile. Yeah, I would hope we'd start doing nuclear tests again. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Here's another one. Why doesn't Bob Duff go on a hunger strike until this is over? Bob Duff, of course, one of the top Senate Democrats. You heard him earlier on the news today saying President Trump is trying to starve Americans. That the email went out with starve. He said it. Rosa DeLauro said it a few days ago. Hakeem Jeffries, you may have heard Mr. Jeffries, the House Minority Leader from New York City, say it on the news at the bottom of the hour there on CBS. So and both sides do it. They as they get deeper into a problem, a conflict, a battle with the White House or whatever, they escalate the rhetoric. Nothing wrong with that. Hi, Paul. Nuclear testing, FYI. The vast majority of nuclear weapons testing is not exploding megatons underground. It's testing neutron triggers, different shaped charges of conventional explosives to cause an implosion trigger, etc. Different neutron reflectors to enhance yield with less nuclear fuels. Oh, I get it. That's always fascinating me. Implosion versus explosion versus the trigger thing. You know, how they got Fat Man and a little boy to work in the 1940s. All tests can be partial while proceeding to proceeding to a nuclear explosion. That's probably good. Trump can demonstrate serious intent without seismic endings. That's good. I like that. Serious intent without seismic endings. All right, 203-333-9422. I'm just looking at the text that I can't read for various reasons, including obscenities. But, hey, that's what makes the world go around. So are we going to be here tomorrow? It's 5:52 and 22 seconds right now. Are we going to be here at 5:52 and 22 seconds tomorrow saying that we're 6 hours, 7 minutes, and 38 seconds away? Pretty good, huh? From seeing SNAP benefits? And I don't know. Now, for a lot of people that get SNAP benefits and assistance, it is, in fact, assistance. They can afford some food. Now, hold it. I'm not saying, hey, you can afford going. No. So at least I would hope some of these people, although it's a horrible inconvenience and shouldn't even be happening, let's hope that they can at least have some sustenance. Hopefully they've been planning for this. Have they bought ahead? I don't know. But, you would think that cooler heads would prevail. And again, I tend to agree with one of our folks who answered our question of the day here. When does this end? How does it end? Maybe it is election day or election night. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe Democrats want to see, hey, is this a factor in the governor's race in New Jersey with Mikey Sherrill there and Jack Ciattarelli? Is it a factor in the Virginia race with Winsome Earl Sears and Abigail Spanberger? We'll see. Both of those races said to be tightening. New York City looks like it's going to Zohran Mamdani on election day. But you don't know. Again, I read one piece this morning that said, hey, if this was to be an upset by Cuomo, which it probably wouldn't be, one analyst said one possible indicator of that, a slight indicator, could be that a lot of the early vote is older, which I guess they didn't see or saw to a much lesser extent during the primary, which was considered a low turnout primary. So we'll see how that shakes out. And listen, I've been critical of Mr. Mamdani here. I'm right out in front of this. I believe he's an anti-Semite. I believe that he knows that he cannot do the things he says he wants to do. He's saying stuff just to get elected. There's a shocker. But you know what? I hope he proves me wrong. I hope he softens his stance on certain things. And I know a lot of people around here are concerned. Maybe like me, you have relatives and friends in New York City. Maybe you like to go into the city a couple, 3 times a year. Maybe not a nice Saturday afternoon or Saturday night. Catch a Broadway show and go out to eat, whatever. Go in and out via Metro North, whatever. And maybe he actually wises up and says, holy crapola, I actually won this thing. Maybe I can't be the screaming lefty everybody's making me out to be. But let's see, Hey, listen, things change, generations change, racial makeups change. The only thing constant is change. It's happening over and over and over again. So we'll have to see, definitely, though, how this ends up shaking out. Listen, it's you know what? A lot of us, including myself, thought the city couldn't recover sufficiently from, Bill de Blasio. And listen, look, he had some ethical problems, but all in all, Eric Adams was a pretty decent mayor, pretty good mayor. Of course, he's a former cop, so he stood by the police and, supported a lot of education measures. Now, one of the things that's a red flag to me that I guess Bill de Blasio got rid of, too, is the gifted and talented program for young kids. The progressive thinking is, well, it's too racially biased, so they got rid of it. De Blasio and Mamdani is promising to do that because they basically said, they actually came out and said, there are too many white and Asian kids in it. Whereas Eric Adams and Michael Bloomberg said, no, we're putting it there, we're leaving it there, and let's help more Black and Hispanic kids get into it. So you see, there are the contrasting ways, the progressive way of thinking and the centrist and conservative way of thinking. You don't become a lefty and say, no, nobody can have it. You keep it and say, let's get more people involved. Again, it's the old thing about, creating more taxpayers or sticking it to the taxpayers you had. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Reports of ponding and flooding down trees and down power lines, especially on the secondary roads, so watch your speeds out there, please. Parkway northbound accident between exit 30 and exit 32, and Route 8 northbound an accident between exits 9 and 11. Left lane is out on 95 north. Over an hour and 20 from Greenwich to Bridgeport right now, and New Haven 95 south jamming through Longhorn into West Haven. Wilbur Cross right now with no help, and 84 east and westbound you have it on both sides into the Super 7. I'm Andrew Kress with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers and wind, maybe a thunderstorm with a low in the upper 40s. Showers end by mid-morning tomorrow, clearing by midday with a high in the upper 50s, still windy. Saturday sunny with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, not enough time, of course, Paul. You can't take a call in 10 seconds. Hey, folks, thanks. Careful out there until the rain eases off overnight into tomorrow morning. Chris Williams, thank you for your multiplicity of talents.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. With the government shutdown continuing, the deadline is looming for a pause in SNAP benefits that millions of Americans rely on, like this college student in Georgia.
I started using SNAP about a year ago, and I got it because as soon as you turn an adult, expenses just hit you, and working a part-time job and being a full-time student, it's hard to make ends meet all the time, so SNAP really just helped us be able to afford things, put food on our table.
Michael Wallace reports Massachusetts is seeking a court order to force the Trump administration to continue funding SNAP benefits.
Those benefits are due to become a victim of the government shutdown Saturday. Governor Maura Healey says the USDA is sitting on a $23 billion contingency fund that should be used to keep SNAP benefits flowing, as has been done in past shutdowns.
This president has made a decision to not provide those funds.
In the meantime, Massachusetts will try to meet some of the need.
As a state, we are going to advance $4 million to our food banks, which support over 800 community organizations around the state.
Linda Kenyon reports the Trump administration is dramatically lowering the number of refugees it will admit into the country.
The administration has announced it will cap refugee admissions in 2026 at 7,500, and most of those refugees will be white South Africans. This is a dramatic drop from last year's number of 125,000 refugees during the Biden administration. The Trump White House did not explain the reason for the major decrease or the decision to focus most mostly on white South Africans. A statement says only that it was, quote, justified by humanitarian concerns or is otherwise in the national interest.
Trump suggested today the U.S. could resume testing nuclear weapons for the first time in 3 decades. CBS's Charlie D'Agata.
This isn't something you just flip a switch on and start testing once again. So it's not within the realm of possibility that something like that could be started. And, you know, the Pentagon is nothing if not a planning and executing organization. But it would be from a dead stop to start nuclear testing with something that was essentially made redundant back in 1992 is no small measure.
Catherine Arms reports there's more fallout from Prince Andrew's friendship with Jeffrey Epstein.
Prince Andrew will lose his title of prince and now has to leave his 30-room mansion on the royal estate in Windsor. The palace calls these moves necessary. Andrew has never been able to extract himself from the friendship that the royal family wants to distance itself from as much as possible.
Checking Wall Street for the day, Dow was off 109 points. The Nasdaq lower by nearly 400. This is CBS News.
The annual Progressive Keys to Progress program provides vehicles to deserving veterans, helping our heroes drive their lives forward. Learn more at keystoprogress.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You're listening to a Melissa in the Morning Rewind. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
The U.S. Food and Drug Administration announced significant action this week to make it faster and less costly to develop biosimilar medicines and, of course, lower drug costs. And we're talking about really generic versions of drugs. And so Dr. Fred Brown, Griffin Health, is here. What do you think about this, Dr. Brown?
Well, I actually think it's great. I really think this is a good thing. And let me talk about biosimilars and biologics just so people understand what they are, because I think that would be pretty helpful. So biologics, when we talk about biologics, that means it's derived from a living organism. So like a bacteria, a virus, or even animal cells. It actually develops, it develops antibodies, essentially, is the biggest thing that it develops antibodies to a particular area or disease or focus. So you can imagine if you have an abnormal immune system, you can give a biologic and it'll actually attack the cells that are attacking you. So that's what biologics are. They are expensive because they're difficult to make, but they can also be extremely helpful with patients like people who have rheumatologic diseases, people who have you hear quite a bit about that with inflammatory bowel disease like Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis. They've actually really changed the way they are, but they are derived from living organisms.
So I know when this announcement happened this week, obviously, again, it comes down to trying to lower the drug prices. According to the, Health and Human Services Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he says that biologics treat many chronic diseases, as you mentioned, and it says, but for too long, a burdensome approval process kept patients from accessing more affordable biosimilars. And so this really, again, accelerates the development, drives market competition, can expand, patient options, obviously. And again, the big thing is bringing down the cost. But do you find with a lot, Dr. Brown, and I know that's kind of a very vague statement, but a lot of times I've heard of processes being just far too slow at the federal level, for example, with the FDA the CDC, that approval processes are sometimes, just too slow, and we could be moving a lot quicker. So is that sort of what we're talking about here?
It is.
Okay.
It is. So I think what we're talking about when we talk about biosimilars is that we know from basic science what the issue is with some of these diseases and what areas we have to focus on when we use these medications. Biosimilars either focus on that same area or something adjacent to it. So it's basically the same thing. Basically a biosimilar is a generic version of the biologics.
Okay.
The original biologics. So that's all we're really talking about. So the data has already been there. It's just a matter of proving that safety. And I think the concern is that I really believe that the FDA and the scientists that are there and the doctors and everyone else who's there do a great job in reviewing that. I think the concern becomes when it gets from the review to committee. And then it needs to go through, and again, we know how this goes, right? It has to go through a gazillion committees before it's approved when, the science is pretty clear. So I think if you can cut away some of the bureaucracy, I think it can actually make it a lot much better. It would be better for the patients to have that. It'd be better, a lot less expensive to get it, and a lot less expensive to sort of us for society.
Do we then take on the risk, though, Dr. Brown, of cutting corners, or no?
You know what? I don't think so. I think even when we were, and I'm going to go back to COVID and say when we were doing the vaccines for COVID, I felt completely comfortable in how we got the vaccines out. In fact, and we've ended up getting to the point where really the issues associated with vaccines were really not with contaminations or not what they're potentially doing, but really it was really just okay. These are the side effects. I think that's a process. I think that cut out a lot of the bureaucracy and was able to streamline that process. And it's a good process as long as we follow to the rigors of making sure that it's safe and effective.
And I mean, according to FDA's website, it says to date, FDA has approved 76 biosimilars, corresponding to a small fraction of approved biologics. By contrast, it says there are more than 30,000 approved generics, exceeding the number of approved brand drugs. So it's quite significant. But when we talk about this, again, these massive cost reductions from a move like this, you're talking about advanced treatments for things like cancer, autoimmune disorders, rare disorders that affect obviously a lot of people in America. But what about just generic drugs in general? So going back to the example of either weight loss medications or birth control, I don't know, just there's a lot of generic, obviously, versions. And a lot of times people will go with those because they are less costly. Are we talking about that with this change, or is that something that's more down the road? We're really focusing on the very costly medications needed specifically for, things like cancer, autoimmune disorders, things like that.
Yeah, and I think we're talking, in this case, I think we're talking more about the, costly
severe
medications.
Okay.
Yeah, because, and we're talking costly. We're talking, could be as high as $100,000 a dose. I mean, it's not.
Got it.
It's very costly.
Yeah.
So as medications go, and they are biosimilars, biologics are very specific to certain targets. So you don't get sort of a generic or a regular medication. You can have sort of several different effects that occur. With this, it is a manipulation of the immune system. So it's literally focused on one aspect of either disease, the cancer, or even multiple sclerosis. There's several biologics that can do it, and they don't always work the same, and you may have to use different ones.
I think this is really fascinating, and I do wonder with this step forward if we could see more of this, I'd say, streamlining process, again, to really lower costs. I mean, especially because, look, it doesn't take a genius to see where we're going, at least in the near future, with just health insurance costs. And then when you talk about drug costs, I would imagine this would also maybe make people who may not qualify for, if you want to even call it, more affordable insurance because of their drug needs. I would think that they might be also considered for more, options for insurance, for example, if the cost of these drugs go down substantially.
Sure. And I think